Industry sectors that we covered yesterday and we're going to cover today are a wide variety of them, be it retail, the BFSI, the healthcare, manufacturing, mobility, and all is this done with a thought leadership quotient in the content, and of course with a lens of innovation, considering the dynamics of the current circumstances. But the conference started by throwing light on a perspective that nothing productive can be achieved by being in one's comfort zone. It's equally important for us to note that being uncomfortable is the key to success today. As Ginny Rometty of IBM once said, growth and comfort do not coexist. We also saw how having a focused approach provides a lot of freedom to celebrate failure while we also learn from it. Today, we also talked about having a diverse global mindset, which itself is a very key building block to accelerated innovation through multiple levers. The future of digital looks more promising than ever before as it continues to disrupt segments of our daily life, be it healthcare, be it insurance, mobility, and even sports for that matter. We'll be getting to learn more from some of this today from of our esteemed speakers. As I say, it's not everything is not about only work, productivity, and things like that, but it's also about being a good human being wherever we are and whatever we are. We will get to hear some of the motivating noble work that's going on around us, which I'm sure is supporting hundreds and thousands of the needy. We will get to hear from some of these people too. And all of this happens only when one comes out of the comfort zone. As the famous author, businessman, and motivational speaker Farah Gray once said, comfort is the enemy of achievement. So if you want to achieve, you cannot be comfortable. We will, of course, end the weekend and, of course, the conference on a very light note with the stand-up comic act, which will be post, which we will probably also announce the results of the quiz that most of you have been participating in. And if anyone has missed it yesterday, don't worry, it's never too late. You can start today and still be a winner. And last but not the least, we have been showcasing about 50 plus products and solutions, and all of these have been chosen over 100 applicants. All this you will find in the virtual expo area, and we encourage each of you to visit them to get a sneak peek of whatever they have to offer you all. I do hope you will all have a great time today too, with lots of learning, networking, and of course fun. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Moving on to kick off the first session, let me now invite our first set of eminent speakers, Sairam Kumar Jairam, Senior Vice President, Delivery Head, Healthcare and Life Sciences, Cognizant Technology Solutions, and Robin Evers, Senior Vice President, Mars Global Medical Affairs, Regulatory Affairs, and Global Safety, Novo Nordisk, for a tete-a-tete conversation on innovation in healthcare during and post-pandemic, vaccine life cycle, innovation as the enabler to run against time. Sai Kumar Jairam, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, thank you, NASCOM, for providing this opportunity on this platform. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, and it's a pleasure to be with Robin, who brings in a very, very rich experience in the healthcare industry. We are going to hear a lot from Robin, and I are going to share our thoughts with all of you. I'm looking forward to that very eagerly, as many of you would. We certainly are undoubtedly in some of the unprecedented times. The challenges that we are facing today is very, very different. None of us has probably faced this similar challenge, a similar set of challenges before. But the amount of innovations, the number of innovation that is happening all around us, it's kind of mind-boggling. Especially in the healthcare industry, where it matters most now, the amount of innovation that is happening is really very exciting. Being part of Cognizant, partnering, we have the privilege of partnering with all of the top 30 global pharmaceutical, biopharmaceutical companies, and we work with the 12 of the top 15 medical device companies. So from that privileged and vantage point, we partner with almost all of our customers in driving innovation during these times. It's been very exciting, and I'm very eager to share some of these with all of you. And one area where we are seeing a tremendous amount of focus is clinical research and development. There's been a lot of anticipation on newer possibilities, newer treatments, newer drugs, newer vaccines, and there is an expectation that we would be able to deliver very soon. There is a focus to accelerate the whole clinical development process, and there has been a number of transformation that is happening in this space, in this segment. We talk about virtual clinical trials. We talk about decentralized clinical trials. All of these are necessities because no longer patients are able to go in person to clinics and participate in trials as they would do in normal times. And a lot of consultations happen through virtual means, through telepresence, etc. Even monitoring of clinical sites and clinical studies happen remotely. And there is so much of change. It'll be Robin. It'll be a pleasure to hear from you as well on the changes that you are seeing and the transformation that you are witnessing. And it'll be good to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Sairam, and thank you also to NASCOM for the opportunity to join today. We've seen a real transformation over the last 12 months. I've been in research and development and pharmaceuticals for over 25 years, and to imagine that I would today be witnessing a situation that from within a diagnosis of a disease to the outcome of pivotal trials that will hopefully now lead to not just the approval of these new vaccines, but also the availability of the vaccines to help treat or prevent coronavirus globally in less than 12 months. Just shows the scale and the size of the transformation that's gone on and the new thinking that it's spurred in all of us, the new opportunities. And I'd just like to talk to two, before we sort of, carry on the dialogue, two things. You talked about the virtual nature of the studies. So we ourselves in Novo Nordisk, and we're representative of the industry at large, that we recognize the impact of requiring all patients for every visit to have to come in and see a doctor probably is only needed in the small proportion of the studies or is much more reflective of the past than the future. So as we look to design studies, and for many of our studies that we've gone ongoing, we've adapted them to think about how can we monitor the health of the patients and ensure that they're taking the medicine within clinical trials, and that we're able to measure the outcomes of those clinical trials in what I call a low impact way. And how can technology help us to do that, to monitor the health of the patients, allow the patient to have an interaction with their physician and the doctor who's overseeing them in the clinical trial in as lower impact way as possible, so that they're able to carry that on, even when, as with now, many of them are trying to keep themselves safe and maybe work from home or make less frequent trips outside. So we've seen digital enablers to that opportunity today through virtual visits. You talked about that in the virtual trials platform. We've also seen it through the redesign of the studies, so that the frequency of the way in which they interact with the doctor maybe changes around the measurement of key outcome variables rather than as a continuum. And I think then the other thing that comes into that is how we can make sure that the data that's collected is entered once into an electronic data platform and is accessible not just to the healthcare system, but is equally as accessible for research purposes in terms of the clinical trials. And that once that data has been entered, it follows a data flow that means that it can be accessible to the whole part of the organization in a seamless, transparent, real-time way, a real-time manner. So that the CRA, the clinical research associate at the site, who normally would visit the site to look at data and capture data, can do that remotely and see what's going on in the site in terms of remote data monitoring elements of the performance of clinical trial sites, even in the context of also blinded data being captured into a data repository. And the second area that I'm excited how this will transform the future as well is research activities, it's very small number, very single-digit percentage in some case. In some, it's even less than that. When you think of big diseases, we treat diabetes, or we provide medicines to help doctors treat diabetes and make sure patients can have better outcomes. So very small percentage of patients are available for us in terms of the research activities. And I can see technology as a massive enabler for us in terms of having greater reach to find the patients where they're at, rather than requiring them to come to specialist centers or make as many frequent trips into specialist centers, and to also enable us to be able to capture patients more globally in real time, to be representative of where those diseases are happening or those conditions are happening as well. So there's just two elements. One is the size, the scale, and the immediacy of being able to get studies up and running, and the other is the way in which we're going to be able to hopefully reach out to a broader population of patients through the technology enablers that we see.
Yeah, very true. Just a year ago, if somebody had said that we would try and come up with a new vaccine within 12 to 18 months, then none of us would have believed. And it's kind of a possibility now. Without technology leverage, this would not have been possible. There is so much of transformation that has happened. We have changed the process, we have changed the design, and certainly technology. The play of technology cannot be underestimated, which is making this possible. It's really exciting times. I'm sure this is here to stay. I think some of what we are doing now will continue, will be part of the new normal when we get back to sometime soon to the normal state.
I think it'll definitely stay. I think the other thing that was already ongoing but is being accelerated is the investment in the infrastructure to be able to handle the volume of the data. And we might want to get back to some of that in the past, but if we can think about the value of healthcare is to be able to get valuable insights about what's going on in patients, translate them into an opportunity to have an intervention to be able to build a better health care outcome through research, R&D activities and clinical development activities, and then the approval and the distribution of new medicines. And then to monitor, once that intervention is available, did it have the desired impact? So using real data from healthcare systems and from larger pragmatic studies, do we actually get a real representation of the desired impact from the R&D effort, the clinical development effort, on healthcare utilization costs, on survival or morbidity or outcome measures in patients, for patients as well? And some of that is through the investments that's going on in healthcare systems. And some of that is also through the enablers, because many more patients have connected technologies through their phone and ways are just part of everyday life. Right. So the technology enablers will help us also to reach better outcomes for patients.
Yeah, true. We certainly need to have a fully integrated way of delivering care. It's not only consulting happens over phone or over a video conference. Diagnostics happen also through virtual means.
Yeah. So one of the things, Saram, that has impressed me, and I've got much more awareness over the last 12 months, is and when I talk to, I'm work with our medical colleagues who are part of our medical affairs, so they're responsible for communicating the scientific knowledge of our medicines out to wide audiences, is that in some countries 70+% of those interactions are now happening virtually. Yes. I mean, that's a huge shift from 24 months ago, where very small percentage of that would have ever happened virtually. And it's even gone so far as in one country that I spoke to our medical colleagues, where patients go into a booth, and first of all, they talk about their symptoms of their disease. So there's no doctor in the booth and there's no nurse present, but it's a healthcare center. And this is at the moment for practice of healthcare, not for actual clinical research yet. But this is, they go into the booth, they answer questions. AI algorithms help them zone in on the disease state. If the artificial intelligence can truly diagnose the disease, if not, it might refer them to a discussion virtually with a doctor. all the way to them actually getting a diagnosis. And if there's an opportunity, they'll either be referred to a healthcare intervention or healthcare center, a hospital or a clinic, or they might also then be referred to an e-prescription that they can go and pick up from their local pharmacy, or sometimes these things are linked to the pharmacy. So imagine the availability of healthcare to be much more accessible at a patient level because of these technology enablers.
Yeah, right.
So some of that's been accelerated,
yeah,
and some of that was ongoing already.
Yeah. What we see, Robin, is some of the technologies like newer technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning. There is a lot. We all know there are a lot of possibilities. There is a lot of hope around these newer technologies. There is also some amount of hype around these technologies.
Yeah.
And what we see is that our industry is an industry that churns out huge amounts of data. Whichever part of the industry, I think we generate huge amount of data, and there is a possibility for us to derive meaningful insights that will help us take the right decisions, that will ultimately make healthcare more affordable and accessible to vast majority of the population. And I think we see this happening in decisions with respect to what modalities of treatment and whether the utilization is optimal. Are we over-utilizing certain resources and while giving care, and decisions on are we focusing on the right molecules, are we doing the development right, and which part, and so on and so on. It's across the value that these technologies bring. We are able to leverage as kind of across the value chain, across the life cycle of a drug or a device or a vaccine. So,
yeah. So I think I mean what you're talking to is are these technologies, are they mature, or are they still in research, and are they still being developed?
In some parts it's mature, we are able to derive value. In some parts it's kind of it's still not mature. Like we have not figured out the right use cases, I would say. I think the technology is there, and we all believe in the promise of this technology. But in some parts of the industry, we have figured out the right use cases where these technologies can be brought to play and derive value. Whereas in some places we haven't yet.
So I think it depends very much on the application and the complexity of the application.
Yeah.
So if you think about it in the context of, repeatable, predictable, quantifiable or zoned tasks within frames, maybe the technology enablers will move quicker. So in manufacturing is an example where you can get high volume, large amounts of data through manufacturing runs and look and see that small changes do or don't predict outcome measures. So we collect huge amounts of data through our manufacturing plants, and we look to then analyze that data and say, well, does that? I'll give you one example. So I went to one of our last year when we were still doing the in-person management updates. I went to one of our manufacturing sites and I saw data that had come out in our manufacturing plant where they'd looked at how they looked at the productivity of our biotechnology cell banks and how different variables were controlled. And then they'd used an AI algorithm to be able to help inform whether or not they could optimize the manufacturing process to be able to produce more of the requisite protein. And there, the analytics, the data analytics and the AI algorithms were very mature and were able to be able to predict how we could make improvements in our manufacturing process. So I had high confidence, and I know that we've taken that now through the regulators to be able to improve that product and get much, improve the productivity of the manufacturing process. At the same time, we talk about this situation in terms of the complexity of healthcare, augmented healthcare at the point of delivery. My godson's just started medical training, and I know he's going to go through 7 years of scientific education, medical practice, medical understanding, oversight, and even when he gets to be a medic, he'll still be monitored very closely for the first few years. That level of science and knowledge and nuance, and the specialism and the training he'll go through, it may be very easy to diagnose the common cold, but the nuance to know that it's not something else may take longer for us to fully develop the place where AI algorithms really become true, competent, integrated parts of the healthcare system overall. I mean, it's going on, it's working, but it's not quite there yet.
You touched upon manufacturing. Very soon, I'm sure we are going to focus. There is going to be a significant focus on manufacturing and the efficient supply chain that we would need to distribute the newer possibilities, the newer vaccines that are going to come out. There is a lot of expectation. There is some positive news in the last few weeks about newer possibilities, newer vaccines come into play, newer drugs in the pipeline, and so on. So very soon there is going to be a shift in focus to manufacturing and making these newer treatments available to large masses all over the globe. And it's not going to be easy. We talk about building effective cold chains, and the logistics challenges are enormous. We have been focusing on something like manufacturing 4.0, the need to digitize and automate manufacturing, bring in leverage IoT, and we have been working in those areas for quite some time. But there's going to be my anticipation is that there's going to be a big focus on these very soon, because once we have the newer possibilities out, once we have approval for newer vaccines and drugs, then the focus is going to be how soon we can make this available, accessible to people all over the globe, how we can build effective supply chain, and how we can manufacture more efficiently, and so on. So what is that you're saying, Robin, in these areas?
Yeah, we're not a vaccine company, as you know, Saram, but we do supply insulin virtually to every country around the world, and insulin is a heat lab. Heat needs to be controlled and distributed in our insulin needs to be controlled and distributed in a temperature sensitive environment. It's a refrigerated environment in terms of how we protect it. But what we're seeing there in terms of the technology enablers is that there's much more visibility at the moment of where our product is and our supply is today than there was maybe 10 or 20 years ago, because of the use of our, RFID devices, point of delivery, technology enablers for us, use of unique identifiers. So much of our product, as we're enabling it now, has an actual unique identifier right down to the level of the pack or the pen. And I think as we look at the distribution of vaccines as well, those technologies will mature over the present time. But often what you've referred to, I know we spoke about this before, the last mile delivery, that last kilometer or that last point from a distribution center out. And in some countries, it might not be a mile, or a kilometer, it might be 10 kilometers or 10 miles that it has to reach. It might be much more challenging. And I think we'll have to continue to look at enablers for that, around, the use of, technology-enabled phones, technology-enabled distribution of information to get to people so that they know when to come to a clinic or when to show up for a vaccination. And we might be able to control the product, but how can we reach the people as much as the area of research I think that we should focus on as well, not just from the product side.
Yeah, I think your experience with the products in the diabetes area and managing a cold chain, effective cold chain, I think that's going to come handy in some of the newer treatments that we are looking at.
Yeah, I think that and I'm not saying it's easy. When coronavirus did hit us earlier in the year, we had a huge focus on the integrity of our supply chain, because not just of the fact that patient behavior changed and they weren't going into their doctor, but also the supply chain changed. And there weren't as many planes flying, and we needed to look at our supply routes as well. And I think if we're able to leverage data to be able to understand all of the enablers that even a healthcare delivery model needs, when it has dependencies upon logistics, on patient behavior as well, these things will hopefully inform our ability to get products to patients better way.
Another interesting topic in all of our minds, Robin, and you are the right person to ask this question. You head regulatory affairs and you head medical affairs globally for Novo Nordisk, and you would know this better. Our industry is highly regulated industry. We have regulations around almost anything that we do in this industry, and the consequence of and there is a strong need to comply, and the consequence of non-compliance is very severe, and so on and so on. and there is a need, these regulations are in place for a purpose. They are focused on ensuring safety, efficacy, and quality of the end product, whether it's a product, whether it's a drug or a device or a vaccine or anything. So they are very important. At the same time, there is also a perception that sometimes these regulations slow down our ability to come up with newer treatments. There are so many patients waiting eagerly for newer possibilities and treatments and vaccines in the current context. How do we balance these two? A need to ensure safety, efficacy, and also making sure that a newer possibility, a newer treatment is available faster to the masses. So are you seeing any change in some of the key regulations? Is there any, I wouldn't call it as a workaround, but is there any smarter way of doing things while complying with regulations, also ensuring faster way of doing things?
Yeah, I think that there's two very parallel but and joined, but also two different focuses at the moment. In the regulatory authorities, and I read a lot and we work with the regulatory authorities on non-coronavirus related activities, but on the coronavirus activities, there's a huge focus and prioritization and collaboration both globally between the regulatory authorities, but also with the industry and with the healthcare system, so that they can do everything they can to make sure that there's prioritized response specifically on coronavirus.
Right.
And I think that that's good. I think that that is also potentially opening up for the wider healthcare market, other enablers and other technology enablers that will, over the longer term, help us as well. So, I'm not sure that I personally see regulatory affairs as or the regulatory systems and the regulatory infrastructure as slowing down, because I think the healthcare systems and regulators themselves also want to bring new effective treatments forward. What we see is very much more collaboration, but still high scientific integrity, because we see the opportunity for us to be able to work in areas of unmet medical need and develop diagnostic tools and biomarkers and generate evidence that not just will provide an understanding today of what's happening with a disease, but how will we monitor that over time as more information becomes available about some diseases that don't have any treatments for today? Yeah. But we've seen regulators being very open to the dialogue, either with individual companies and or with consortium, to be able to get together to be able to move an area. A very real example is in a liver disease called NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, it's called NASH. But it's a liver disease that is increasing more and more patients globally, but actually has no effective treatments today. So we see the regulators in that area understanding that there's an unmet medical need, understanding that there's an interest in industry to be able to partner and bring forward treatments, better treatments, improve outcome measures. And they themselves, therefore, are also researching and investing in and understanding what key enablers there might be. And in some cases, it might be, not just being able to look at historical lab chemistry measurements, but now look at digitized scans of histology of what happens when we take a sample of the liver, and how to read that electronic scan digitally, and whether or not we'll be able to develop tools that are more sensitive and reproducible in diagnosing the stage of the disease and helping to predict the patient outcome. So we've seen it over the last few years when we think about ophthalmologists and reading of the retinal scans at the back. Now actually there's proof that AI can read a retinal scan as well as or in some cases better than an ophthalmologist. And we see digital enablers in those sorts of areas and coming forward. I think the other thing that I think is going to change over the next few years is the real-time availability of data to us and to the regulator at the same time. So at the moment, we go through this sequential pathway where, first of all, the patient, then it goes to the doctor, it goes from the doctor to some sort of aggregated level back to an industry sponsor or to an academic institution. That then may or may not be relayed to a regulator who doesn't know whether or not, often doesn't have full visibility of the data stream. I think in the future, the regulators are going to demand and want to see more real-time holistic vision of what we're looking at and what the doctor's looking at when they're treating the patient. So what's really going on, either in real time or in very much more aggregated view of data as well. So I do think it will be changing. I think, innovation is happening. Regulatory submissions will continue to be an important part of that process step and will take up some time. But I think if we can share data with regulators in real time, the actual time spent in the regulatory review itself will come down. And it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the first case is coronavirus as a vaccine submitted. After the last piece of information is submitted, how quickly to the approval, including the rigorous assessment of quality, safety, and efficacy, how long does that take? It'll be interesting to see as an industry. I mean, and we ourselves, as a developer of new products for diabetes, obesity, and haemophilia, have really shortened down our own internal time frame from when we get our last piece of data to when we're able to submit. That's a focus area for us, and technology is an enabler of that period of time internally as well. So it'll all be in focus.
Yeah, many of our customers are anticipating huge volumes of safety cases coming in with mass vaccinations going to happen next year, and also new drugs coming in. And even outside of this, there is an anticipation that the number of safety cases, what we broadly call as pharmacovigilance area of pharmacovigilance safety cases that will be reported is going to triple by 2027. So there is a lot, and we certainly cannot continue the same way, the conventional ways of processing the safety cases, reporting the safety cases. The same way if we do this, then we'll need a huge workforce to do that. So we are looking at leveraging technology, doing this in much more smarter ways, bringing in newer technologies like artificial intelligence that we spoke before in case processing. There is a need to also separate out noise and signals when you talk about safety cases and so on. So you also take care of safety in Novo Nordisk. So what is your view about how are we going to manage this huge volume of safety cases that's going to come in the next few years?
So the thing, we're investing in it at the moment, and I work very closely with our head of global safety to look at the right technology enablers for that. I think that the first point at which we want to be able to collect safety is to make sure that it's easy for a patient or somebody who's taking one of our medicines to be able to share with their doctor or healthcare provider and actually share information back to us as a provider of that medicine and to our healthcare system. How can we make sure that that data flows seamlessly, easily, is accessible? So from point of use of a product to actually being able to make sure that there's a way to be able to give information in needs to be as easy as possible. And we need to make sure that there are enablers of that. We have our own internal platform that's trying to do that ourselves and make sure there's a very easy accessibility of data. And then in terms of the processing of the data, one of the elements you talked about, the volume increasing, I think that there's also a need for us, and we're enabling that through looking at technology enablers of those activities, is how much and which information is routine and where the signal of what we're looking at is known today and that there is no new information. So how can we process that information is known, and we're looking at therefore at reporting it and or capturing the volume of that activity because it's something that we already know about our product versus something that's new, or could be a signal of something new or rare or less well known. Now, as good as a vaccine is, we've heard vaccines studies, and we do our own studies of thousands of patients in some of our diabetes or obesity studies. We've got thousands or tens of thousands of patients in those studies, but they're still only going to be able to capture rare events very infrequently. And so you talk about this sensitivity, and I think and part of it is about making sure that our physicians have access to information and can aggregate information. And the other is about how can we use AI tools or augmented reality tools to be able to highlight relevant information so that a physician or a pharmacist or some relevant person can look at that information and work out, does it need further evaluation from a human perspective? So I don't think that we're going to get rid of, the human interface completely, but hopefully what we will be able to do is process as much of the routine activity as possible in an automated way, and then highlight with some sensitivity the things that need further evaluation or discussion from a medical context. And then the last thing is obviously how regulators are doing this, and FDA's had their Sentinel system for many years now. How can we access information that's available through healthcare systems and review that to understand, is there a potential signal, a hypothesis of signal that again warrants further investigation? So I think it's a combination of activities coming forward, but certainly, we ourselves are investing in future proofing and making sure as much of where that knowledge sits, or that processing power sits, or that automation sits in virtual environments accessible anywhere around the world, whether or not, with cloud-based solutions and interfaces that can work with those.
Robin, it's such a pleasure talking to you, but unfortunately we have run out of time. I get the message that we have come to the end of the session. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Sairam.
Thank you, Sairam and Robin. What a fantastic conversation to begin day 2. Moving on, for a country like India with over 1.3 billion in population, with majority residing in the rural areas, one industry which is in the need to digitally transform itself at a rapid pace and is making substantial efforts towards it is health tech. And so to set the context in this area, let me invite Gerd Hoffner, Managing Director and President, Siemens Healthcare, to talk about driving healthcare towards a digital future. Gerd, over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, NASCOM, and thanks for the introduction. In the next few minutes, I will talk about how health tech is being driven towards a digital future. And let me start with a quote by Mark Andreessen, an investor known as the co-founder of Netscape. And he said on 20th of August 2011, so almost 10 years ago in the meantime, that more and more major businesses and industries are being run on software and delivered as online services, from movies to agriculture to national defense. Over the next 10 years, I expect many more industries to be disrupted by software. And this is exactly what we see at the moment when it comes to healthcare. Healthcare is also significantly being disrupted by software. And this is, let's say, the digitalization part of healthcare. Let me make this a little bit more explicit by looking at how, for example, artificial intelligence is changing healthcare and how it's shaping precision medicine for a better healthcare. If you look at it today, we have automated products and solutions which minimize unwarranted variations. So with intelligent automated devices with push button features, task and procedure specific integration of sensors and devices, and so on and so forth. And tomorrow we will have intelligent machines that enable precision decision making. So that means real-time decision support, supporting machines. We'll also have, let's say, machine learning powered image reconstruction and post-processing, which features will be shifted from hardware to software. We will have a bidirectional interaction of hardware and algorithms, new precise and timely support of data from networks of sensors, machine learning optimized and automated procedures, and digital twins for products and solutions. And the future is connected intelligence will expand healthcare's availability. So we will have availability, remote operations of any kind of procedures, precision medicine based on pathways, augmented by virtual reality and augmented reality. We will have a digital twin of humans, and we will have self-learning networks of machines. So this is how the future will look like. But let's have a look at what we as Siemens Healthineers are offering already today. So digitalization and artificial intelligence are already reality in our portfolio. What you see here on the left-hand side is for workflow automation, our Syngo Virtual Cockpit, where we offer remote scanning assistant, improving access, and we also increase the provider productivity. The Syngo Virtual Cockpit enables more flexible deployment of experienced personnel across different locations, higher level of standardization in reports, leading to more accurate diagnosis, and it improves the facility productivity in case of personnel shortages. Then we also do have so-called RED Companion, so the AI RED Companion platform. The RED stands for radiologist, and it's an AI-based software assistant for image reading. So the AI RED Companion automatically highlights anatomies and abnormalities of multi-organ areas, including incidental findings. It transfers the results in a structural reporting. And we have we are working on a number of different applications. Chest CT read is the first application of our platform. And the different companions usually are dependent on the respective modality and a body part, like what I've mentioned before, the chest CT read, it's computed tomography, and the focus is on the chest. And when it comes to machine intelligence and decision making, we today have the AI Pathway Companion platform. It's a clinical decision support system based on AI, which integrates relevant data to facilitate diagnostics and therapy decisions along clinical pathways. And of course, it also supports personalized diagnostics and therapy decisions. Now, when you look at the future of healthcare, and especially also when it comes to digitalization, there will be two fundamental questions. The first question is, how am I? How do I feel? Am I healthy? Am I on the way to becoming sick? If I'm sick, what are the symptoms? And once I get sick, the second question, of course, will be, what is my path to health? And well, the question, how am I in the future, will be solved by a so-called digital twin of the individual. And the path to health will be indicated by the pathway companions. And artificial intelligence will be the lever to move us from pure image analytics to disease-specific pathways to a digital twin of an individual. How will it look like? You can see it here in this picture. So on the left-hand side, you have the digital twin of yourself on your mobile phone, for example. You have all information on how you are with regards to your health. So you have a connectivity to the electronic health reports. You have all the imaging results of scans, the results from laboratory diagnostics, inspections, maybe also your genetics, and all these kind of parameters. And what you see here, for example, you can see the heartbeat. And yeah, well, now when it comes to the question, what is your path to health? All information on healthcare in real time will be provided by the pathway companions. So here, for example, you say treating begins today. Conclusion typically should be by September. Well, it shouldn't be 2020, it should be 2021. And then you can also have, let's say, depending on the different treatments, A or B, what is the likelihood of success? How long will it take? What kind of steps need to be taken? And so on and so forth. The digital twin can also be used for different topics. You can also use it, for example, as a patient avatar, as multi-source digital twin of patients for procedure optimization. For example, when you do a scan, you can do a realistic 3D display for the scan planning. When you do a surgery, you can use, let's say, augmented reality, that you have, let's say, an overlay of the images for the surgeon, that he exactly sees what is inside the body even before he cuts it open. So there are multiple applications of the digital twin combined with the augmented reality as well as virtual reality. Another application in this area, what we just recently developed, is the quantification of tomographic patterns associated with COVID-19 from chest CT. So what you see here is an image that we derived from a chest CT scan, and where we calculate the percentage of opacity, the lung severity score, percentage of high opacity, lung high opacity score, and all this kind of information can be derived from existing scans. And you can also, what you see here specifically, call a digital twin of the lung. And when we look at the whole topic of pathway companions, so the mapping of patient data with guidelines to enable artificial intelligence-powered outcome prediction and decision support along clinical pathways, this will always be disease-specific. Yeah? There will be pathways for prostate cancer, so this is in principle the first one which we've developed, but we are also working pathways for lung cancer, breast cancer, coronary artery disease, and of course specific analytics KPIs. This is, I would say, let's say, an outlook into the future, where also what you see here, what is marked with this asterisk, those are topics which are under development and not yet available as products. But this is the direction we are moving towards, and this also shows how the software, because most of those solutions, of course, get the inputs from the typical modalities from laboratory diagnostics, but the products per se are primarily software-based, and this is what we call digitalization today, and it will change the way healthcare is being delivered. So the future of healthcare based on AI, based on software, will be a digital twin of the individual answering the question, how am I? And clinical pathways in case somebody is sick to find the way back to a healthy person. And healthcare as a discipline will also move to some extent from treating sick people to ensuring that people are well. And it will become, let's say, a discipline, not only healthcare, but ensuring the well-being of an individual with digitalization and with software. Thanks a lot.
To augment the conversation further on the same topic, let us hear the industry experts deliberate, debate, and share their thoughts. And to do that, let me invite Marut Sethia, Senior Vice President, Growth Markets and Global Head, Medical Devices, Indegene. And he will be joined on the panel by Simon Garcia, Communications Director, Global Technology, GSK, Harpreet Bedi, Executive Vice President, GSK, Vineet Divedi, Head Alcon Global Services India, and Nagaraj Bhatt, Head of Global Capability Centers, Baxter International Inc. Marut, over to you.
Session organized by NASCOM to discuss the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the biopharma industry. I am Marut Sethia. I'll be the moderator of the session. I run what we call growth markets for Indegene. Today, the topic that we're going to talk about has its root in the fact that healthcare is an extremely regulated industry. And like any other industry, COVID-19 has impacted us in more ways than once. Hundreds and thousands of interactions between the reps, medical reps, and the doctors that used to happen in person on a daily basis, one fine day were to be switched to digital technology. It's not an easy task, especially in a regulated environment like ours. And the reason it becomes more and more difficult in our setup is because technology and healthcare expertise, finding both these skill sets in one organization together is extremely difficult. So, as organizations embark upon this transformational journey where they're trying to grapple with this new normal, we want to make sure that we decode it for everybody who's doing this. To do this, I have some of the best minds in the industry today helping me answer some of very pertinent questions. Let me start by introducing them. So I have Harpreet Bedi, who is the Vice President of Technology for GSK. I have Vineet Divedi, who's head of Alcon Global Services for India. We have Nagaraj Bhatt, who's head of Global Capability Center for Baxter International. And as an honorary member joining us last minute is Simon Garcia, who's the communication director for Global Technology for GSK. Welcome all of you. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you. Great. So, let's try to make an interactive session, all of you. Let me start by asking one of you a question, and then hopefully we can play on top of that. Let me start by Harpreet asking you the first question, which is, as you think about COVID-19 as a pandemic, what are the different ways that it has transformed the pharma company's digital strategy?
Yeah, thanks, Marut. I appreciate the question, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about this very interesting topic. Like you said in your introduction, the healthcare industry or the life sciences industry, when COVID hit us, I don't think we could call ourselves being ready to respond, right, to the pandemic. There are many industries which were not ready to respond, neither was this industry. I think one of the things that has happened from a digital transformation perspective, what COVID-19 has done is it has just brought in the fact that we have to move much more quickly than we were earlier moving towards the digitization. Life sciences industry, as compared to some of the other industries, may be perceived as moving slowly towards digitization. But I think when COVID-19 happened, one of the biggest aspects was it was here and now, and we had to look at digitization as here and now. To your earlier point around, a lot of in-person conversations had to move to tablets and phones and whatnot. And being a part of the regulated industry that you talked about, it was not just putting something on a tablet, right? It was to make sure that we are doing it in the right way. We are looking at patient being at the center of all of this, patient safety being paramount in all that we do from a digitization perspective. So that opened up a different kind of doors from a pharmaceutical or healthcare industry perspective in terms of looking at it holistically as to what digitization can do for us. I think from my point of view, this COVID-19 a pandemic like that should never happen ever again. But there were some upside to COVID-19, and one of the upsides was the faster movement of digitization in an industry like ours. What happened in the last 9 months odd is each of the members of this industry, they started looking at their technology landscape, started questioning what would make that landscape go digital at the fastest pace. And that, I'm very proud to say that what that has done is we have actually started innovating, or the innovation has seeped in much more at much larger scale than it would normally do, even in a normal industry which is already digitized. So those are some of my reflections as I look at what pandemic has done from a digitization standpoint to the industry.
No, great, Harpreet. I think we can all agree that nobody wants this to happen again. But I think your insights are very valuable. The acceleration that COVID-19 has provided us is phenomenal. And sometimes I do see those memes which talk about who is responsible for a heightened pace of digitization in your company, and the answer now is COVID-19, to be honest with you. But I would love to hear from other panelists on how it is impacting their own world. Would love to kind of hear more insights on this.
Yeah, well, I'll talk a little bit about how I see it on the acceleration of the digital strategies due to the pandemic. I think, as you pointed out very clearly, Marut, it has really changed fundamentally the way how we interact with HCPs or healthcare providers and patients. Right. I think what we have seen is that we were able to quickly transition our employees to switch for work from home, right? And I think we had already had strong capabilities around our technology solutions for work from home for all of our knowledge workers, except the plant workers who need to be in the plant to be able to manufacture. But we also had a traditional VPN along with the cloud-based security services that replaced typical appliance-based solutions of inbound and outbound gateways. But quite frankly, while the life sciences industry has been a bit of a laggard on the digital transformation compared to some of the other industries such as retail or automotive, a lot of companies have looked at digital at least over the last 2 to 3 years. And at least at Baxter, our strategies were underway for at least 2 years before even the pandemic hit us. And we have always focused on three pillars of the digital, right? Which is really about digital health, digital customer experience, and the digital core. I think what was more IT-centric with the limited business partnerships before the pandemic have now gone into more of a citizen-led multiplier program with a lot more focus on inclusive digital mindset, data first, cloud first strategy. A big part of the digital enabler has to be around people and culture, besides our digital backbone or the digital fabric that are supported by exponential technology. And as you mentioned, the interactions with healthcare providers and patients or rather our customers with our employees, specifically in sales and service, require them to use different ways of technology adoption. And I think we're seeing more and more people willing to learn and adopt, right? Both on the employee side, on the pharma biotech devices companies, but at the same time, the healthcare providers and nurses and the patients are more willing to explore. Right? I think that is the trend we are seeing in general.
Well, great. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think when you look at pre-pandemic, right, there was another trend that was going on in the industry, which was more gravitating towards precision medicine, reaching out to the customers more from the standpoint of precision medicine, personalized medicine. And now when you overlay, Nagaraj, as you rightly said, this whole digital ecosystem being enabled, how do you think that this is helping reaching out and creating a personalized customer experience? We'd love to get your thoughts on that, Nagaraj.
Sure. I was reading a Forrester survey quite recently and very interesting insight. So 54% of the top executives of big companies have big aspirations for CX, customer experience. And almost 54% of them want to be a leader in their industry. And 12% have an aspiration to be a leader across the industry. Right? As you know, Amazon, for example, talked about the customer obsession. Right? Now, on the contrary to this aspiration, 65% of customers are saying that their experience is just okay. And only 17% say their customer experience is good. And almost virtually none saying that their customer experience is excellent. While we're seeing about 16% people saying poor and about 2% saying very poor. What that really means is that the technology have a lot more power to make a change in the overall CX strategy. Right? I think digital is a significant lever to address some of these unmet needs of our customers and also bring our employees in sales, marketing, and services to be more ready to bridge this gap, right? To increase the employee NPS as well as the customer NPS, the Net Promoter Score. And we have seen a number of levers at Baxter, right? To deliver this personalized, connected, and simplified experience. Ultimately, for customer experience to be superior, it has to be simple. I think the simplicity is the major criteria. And it's all about omni-channel experience, providing single panel of experience. And the kind of work that we have been focusing around this topic is make the information available between sales and services more seamlessly. So when the salesperson is in front of the customer, we should not get an awkward question from the customer not knowing about what happened with the services that was extended by the services organization. Similarly, if a service technician is on the ground, not knowing what opportunities the company is pursuing, he may not be able to contribute. He has knowledge about competitors' products, he has knowledge about Baxter product, and he has built in relationships with many stakeholders in the customer location. If we know about the opportunity that is being pursued at that customer location, we can provide more and provide more valuable insight to both customer as well as back into the sales team. So our focus has been providing that, and then ultimately from the patient experience, providing the omni-channel experience. So as a Baxter renal services area, we see a number of more adoptions today on peritoneal dialysis, which earlier used to be happening at the clinics, but now more and more people are choosing to do that at home, right? And we have home dialysis machines. You plug the machine at night, and your dialysis is done by the time you wake up in the morning. And we see a lot more adoption of the dialysis. And one of the success that we have seen with the implementation of digital technology is a product that we called as ShareSource, which is a two-way telehealth platform which connects all of these machines over the cloud. Now, we see over 60% better patient outcome with ShareSource versus a machine without ShareSource. And a nurse or a doctor in a central location can change the settings remotely of the devices that are out there in the patient's home, provide specific care based on the insights. And similarly, it helps patients to get the dashboard. So a number of data points that we get will help make more informed decisions. And you can see lot more personalized inputs that are provided to the patient, and more personalized, I would say, advices that are being provided both by the machine through the analytical engine, but also from the nurses and healthcare providers, right? So I think personalization of the services is a key phenomena that we see as part of the value-based healthcare as well as a service-based model, right? So people are wanting to pay for the outcome as opposed to paying for the product.
Just want to add on to what Nagaraj said, right? So I think my view is that when I look at digitization, for me, the end goal is to reduce the burden either on the patient or on the HCP or on the persona. You know, if you look at the life cycle of drug development and afterwards, right? So one has to look at how do we reduce the burden, and that reduction of burden is extremely important, and some of it is achieved through better UI UX we talked about, right? Better customer experience and making it simple, making it seamless, and all of that. But at the end of the day, if the outcome is actually reducing the burden for a given persona, the adoption automatically happens. It may take a little bit more time, but you know, at the end of the day, the adoption is a function of what value do I see in the systems that are being provided to me, right? So for me, what we have been thinking about, right, the digital transformation journey actually within the organization started years back, right? Even from a GSK perspective, the digital transformation journey actually started years back. But there are a couple of things, couple of ways we want to look at it. One, what digital transformation do to serve ourselves, right? Our own doctors, the people who work for GSK, how do we make their lives easier and reduce the burden? And then the second piece is how do we drive digitization for the better outcomes from a patient perspective, right? So be it reducing the cycle times from a research and development perspective, be it getting medicine to the patients faster, sooner, and whatnot, right? So if you look at put that color on in terms of what the agenda from a digitization perspective has been, in my mind, it has been to ensure that whatever the outcomes we were driving towards earlier, how do we get to those outcomes faster and with more quality and with more accuracy? And that is where the machine learning, advanced analytics pieces come into play. And these are now, earlier there were people who talk about machine learning and advanced analytics as an add-on tool into their processing. Now we're talking about machine learning and analytics being embedded in the workflow. And once you embed machine learning and technologies like these, digital technologies like these as a part of your workflow, the results from these, the learning from a machine learning perspective, it becomes much more faster. And I think that is where the focus is, and rightly so.
Great. Great. So I think you guys both have covered this, the why and the how part of it very well, right? I mean, all said and done, one thing that I have noticed is that our organizations have started thinking more from the perspective of our customers because of this pandemic, right? As you start implementing digital, you're thinking about how will it impact my patient, how will it impact the HCP. So our thought process has become much more customer centric. So if nothing else, I think that's a great learning that we'll have at the end of this pandemic. But thank you. I think both of you make very, very important points. Maybe now we delve a little bit more into the how part of it. Right? I think by now almost all organizations have figured out what is to be done, what their customers need. But how do you do it? And maybe Vineet, let me start by asking you. So do you see that this acceleration in digital innovation, these capabilities can be done better by using external partners, or do you feel doing this in-house may give you a more bang for the buck, if you will?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I completely echo the thought process which Nagaraj and Harpreet was mentioning about. So dwelling more into the how part, there is a great opportunity for our organization wherein if you see industry has already evolved. So there are digital solutions available. Obviously, we need more refinement with COVID coming into picture, but I think we have to leverage both. So if I look at the speed of innovation, the multitude which we see in the industry wherein our external partners can bring in with it, because they're cutting across various life sciences organizations, those best practices, innovation speed definitely can be brought in from an external perspective. But there's a second component, because if you see, if I take an example of a smartphone, if you look at the studies, it says only 30% of the features given in a smartphone are actually used by users. If I use the same analogy, so there are great external capabilities which we can partner with, but how do we bring that in the adoption of those technologies in our own organization? So from a digital agility perspective, we have great tools available with partners, but how do I really look at my digital mindset of my own employees? On also on the digital mindset of our leader. If you look at from the way it has happened in COVID, everybody was kind of forced to get into digital way. Depending upon the degree and the multitude, people were able to adapt. But this has accelerated not only on the organization side, but as a customer side also. Now we see a lot of digital adoption happening. People we never thought. So it is not feasible kind of a mindset is getting challenged now. There is a great opportunity. So in my view, Marut, external and internal have to work together because there is a cultural element which the internal teams and the leaders in the organization, and that's what even in Elcon we are trying to do, look at the digital transformation roadmap, trying to look back and reflect. Now COVID has given us more thoughts to accelerate it. The internal organization I see is more open now. Some of the people who may have a thought right for the industry, I think my customer will not accept it. Now these questions are getting challenged, and I think that's a, you ask if this is a golden moment or a window of opportunity for us in before the COVID goes away. I think we have to do really something to bring both the partners together.
Absolutely. No, I love the thought, Vineet. I mean, doing everything on your own in some way is detrimental to the resource utilization that you may have in such as an organization. But then bringing everything from outside, you also alienate a lot of your own internal stakeholders. So I think driving a good balance does make a lot of sense. And maybe on that note, Simon, let me ask you this: as you think about uh, driving this change, communication becomes a very important partner to the HR team, commercial team, who are tasked to drive this transformation, digital transformation, if you will. What are some of the things that you have seen or you have done in your organization that people can learn from?
Yeah, that's right, Arsenal. Thanks, Marit. Yes, it's a great question, and I think Vineet touched on the major component of it. So look, a kind of culture of any organization is set, or the tone of the culture is set by the leaders. And I think in this digitization and the transformation around this, it's very much a leader-led process. So the kind of culture that you want around digital is set by the tone of the leaders. So I would always encourage my leaders to just almost to take the leap of faith, to go first, to kind of, and don't worry about getting it right. I suppose that's one of the great things around digitization just generally, and the adoption internally, I suppose, of more sort of social like channels and things like that, is that right. It's not about getting this perfect. It's about authenticity. And also, I suppose, being slightly vulnerable and not knowing the answers, knowing all the answers. So if you think about how you engage internal employees on this digitalization journey, it is that. It is as a leader standing up and saying, look, I don't know all the answers. So help me, engage with me, and together we'll work it out collaboratively. And that's very much the same as, Nagarat talked about in terms of improving customer experience. It's about bringing the customer into the process, inside the organization, and kind of co-developing products and services. And, in pharma, just like in my previous experience in banking or in energy, it is highly regulated, but the approach is very much the same. You engage early, and you bring the regulators in on the journey and say, look, let's co-develop this, let's create this, let's create this together. But there's that part, there's the kind of leader-led part, and almost being vulnerable and asking to co-create, whether it's internally, whether it's with regulators, whether it's with customers or HCPs. But also digitization, it's not just about buying and implementing digital channels, because I think anyone can do that. Anyone can go off the shelf and do that. But this is a real opportunity for business. This is front to back transformation, right? This is front, mid, back office radical improvements. If you go to the nth degree, and I think culturally, what that allows you to do is to stop doing business with yourselves. In GSK, just like in my previous organization, I've always worked for large organizations. We spend a lot of time doing business with ourselves, and the one thing that gets lost in all that is the customer, right? It's the customer and it's the employee. So transforming digitally internally, your processes, your procedures, your systems, can only mean one thing really, and that is everyone starts focusing on the customer. And whether from a comms perspective or an HR perspective, you start doing your internal storytelling, you're using your internal communications, your external communications, the focus is always now about delivering customer outcomes. I think pre-digital, the focus is always about the process we went through to deliver an outcome. So team A worked with team B on system C. But now this is what we deliver for the customer. This is how it improves the lives of the customer, the HCP, the world in which we operate, right? So I think digitization is almost, kind of helped sort of globalization. Really, it's opened up the world to organizations and opened up organizations to the world. So I think if it's done right, if the leader goes first, if there's that authenticity about it, it is a massive opportunity for businesses.
Just one add-on point, sorry, on that is, from a GSK perspective, right? We are now in the process of setting up our VCC in Bangalore, and that gives us an opportunity to build culture ground up. So we know from a GSK as an organization perspective, there is the culture tone set, like Sam said, the leadership tone around digitization, and all of that is set. Now, from a GCC perspective, we have to build on that culture ground up, and there is no opportunity better than this, right? So for me, if you are at a point where you are aligning with the larger organizational culture and figuring out how you put it piece by piece together from a new startup perspective, and at the same time, you are in the middle of a huge digital transformation that is going on at an organization level, right? So these are some of the parameters that are really exciting, right, and really make it right on your face as to why it is so exciting to be a part of the tech industry as well as the life sciences industry at this time.
Absolutely.
The digital adoption is a function of organizational culture, right? And I think to me, digital is all about collaboration on steroids. The whole reason is that 90% of the ingredient of the digital transformation is about culture, and 10% is only about technology, right? So breaking that silos in the organization is a very important phenomenon. And we often try and talk about in Baxter about instead of swimming in the lane, let us do the water polo, right? So we are able to pull the things together. Let us use the multiplier effect. Digital is not just about IT doing this, right? So we need to be able to have citizen-led technology adoption. That means there is a lot more need for business users to be IT savvy, and IT professionals need to be more business savvy. And I think it's more about focusing on many initiatives that are improving the digital IQ or the digital fitness of the employees, right? So you need to take the whole employee together, and it should be more based on the inclusive mindset, based on the principle of what got us here won't get us there.
Yeah, and I think one of the things. Sorry, Vinay, if I may. So one of the things is, I'm relatively new to GSK, but in my past life, about 3 to 4 years back in this industry, right, the conversation between IT and business was always about IT finding something as a shiny penny and trying to explain that to the business and saying this is what you should implement, and then the business would come back and say I want to see a business case, right, and then you will go and start creating a business case. It was a very one-sided push conversation, right? In the last 2 years, what I've seen happen is the conversations have actually flipped, where the business is coming back and having the real partnership. And I know it is an abused and overused word, but for me, I think the sense of real partnership is it is not an IT problem or it is not a business problem. We co-own the problem and we co-own the solution. And to be able to co-own the problem and co-own the solution drives totally different mindset on both sides. Right? If I own the risks with you and if I own the benefits with you, that is what changes the game plan completely. And I completely agree with Nagaraj. I think you have said it very well. I think this is the change that we have seen in the last couple of years, and COVID has kind of put a stamp on it that this has to be done much more quicker and much more faster.
Yeah, I totally agree. Right. So earlier, people used to, an IT folks used to go to business, right, with a solution based on machine learning, AI, and whatnot, and say, define a problem statement for a solution I have.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's not going to work, right? And in fact, we were historically looking at anybody in the business trying to do more technology savvy work. We would look at them differently, right? We would call them a shadow IT, and not good for IT. So that is the way how it was viewed. And today we are saying that in order to reap the benefits of digital transformation, we have to use a multiplier effect, which means we need more citizen labs. We need more millennials to adopt technology, whether we are in IT or in the business, right? We're turning our users of IT into a pseudo IT professional, right? And I have historically told all my team, right, that cloud and crowdsourcing has now challenged the historical IT professionals. And I always said,
Absolutely.
if you are a if you have a credit card in your pocket, you are a mini CIO. You can buy the stuff of the internet. You can buy services from the cloud. If IT is not agile and nimble, they will get it done themselves. And I think that is the level of partnership that IT needs to drive with the business, especially in this age of digital, is paramount for co-creating that value with technology.
If I can add here, Marut, I completely agree with the thought of Harpreet and Nagraj. We have the way I look. I always try to be more optimistic even in COVID. So if I look at the silver lining, and I think the Nagraj mentioned about millennials, study says that by 2025, two-thirds of working population of the world will be millennials. And what happens to increase the digital literacy within the organization? I think a lot of us are playing and pushing and trying to put those right things in place. But what I see, the whole environment is also playing a big role. So even though I am working in, say, finance or HR operations, but I am using Amazon, I am using Flipkart, I am using now with COVID, I have to do my grocery also, even though whether I like it or not, I have to order online. So my online user experience is changing. So when I go back and now I open my, say, SAP screen, I like, oh really? I think my earlier experience which I did a shopping was wonderful. So how do we capture that? So the digital agility part, which Nagraj mentioned, I think I fully agree. If to conclude it, if I talk about, I think how do we make digital as more human? I think that's one thing which at least is something which I always try to drive. That how do we make digital or technology as human as it can be possible?
Absolutely. So I think some very very amazing points, right? I mean, like they say that nothing brings people together more than a crisis, and COVID-19 has been one of the bigger crises that we have at least seen in our last decade or so. So everybody coming together to solve it for the customer I think that's a very heartening thing to see in a life sciences industry, which has, in some shape or form, tried to stay away from this user experience journey side of it. But everybody now coming together is phenomenal. And Simon, to what you said, don't think of this as a one-step transformation. It's a series of experiments. You have to go through those experiments as a leader, as an organization, communicate the value of it, and then probably you'll evolve into a system which will be workable for everybody involved. So I think those are some very, very powerful insights. And in the end, what I think Vineet, you were talking about, let me extend that same logic further. So when you think about digital transformation roadmap, how is the technology and business capability evolving? How are they changing, and what needs to evolve further? So maybe we start with you, Nagraj, on that question, and then everybody can feel free to kind of chime in.
Yeah, I think ultimately we talked about simplicity is the cornerstone of the customer experience. And I think to Vineet's point, the aspiration for a lot of the companies is all around providing more like an Amazon Prime-like experience, right? So you have single account, you get multiple services, more seamless across devices. So that is a similar type of experience that people are expecting to get. And that is why the whole omni-channel experience across the care continuum is a key element across the entire spectrum of prevention to recovery, if you will. And value-based healthcare and as a service model, that is why are emerging to provide the personalized customer experiences that you talked about. And certainly to deliver a lot of these at scale, we have some challenges, right? I think there are a lot of regulatory, privacy-related issues in terms of data sharing, in terms of availability of electronic medical records and electronic health records, and even prescriptions, right? I mean, thanks to Empire and Practo and few other consultation applications these days, otherwise the prescription is handwritten, and whatever doctor does through a handwritten prescription can only be visualized and deciphered by a pharmacist, and nobody else can read. So now you are seeing more and more digital prescriptions, yeah. But there is still a challenge of data sharing, right? So in many cases, what we have seen in Baxter is we have been a custodian of a lot of data, from the pharmacy automation and compounding software that we have gathered from our customers. But quite frankly, they're only custodians of data, but we are not the owner of the data, which means even if I want to do insight services around that, I will not be able to do that, right, because of the regulatory challenges. So I think these are some of the barriers that allow you to provide that personalized experience, if you will, in terms of making good use of enormous amount of data that we generate as a healthcare industry. But that is also the reason why probably you would have seen in the news in the recent past that the healthcare data in the dark web is much more valuable than the credit card data. Right? So I mean, there are challenges around privacy, right? So that kind of prohibits the digital to go at scale in the life sciences industry. Maybe that is why we are a bit of a laggard in the overall scale of digital transformation compared to some of the other industry peers that we talked about in the past.
Yeah. Absolutely. So listen, I think we have just about two or three more minutes, and I want to pick up that last thought, Nagraj, that you spoke about, and maybe we can all kind of comment on it. Is this issue about scale? At Indigene, we have this. We sit on this vantage point where we see a lot of organizations across the globe trying different things, but very few of them ultimately scale up and become a company-wide strategy. And some of them, most of them, fizzle out and die as failed experiments. What do you feel are, you spoke of one challenge, privacy, but maybe we could have Harpreet, you and Vineet speak a little bit more about what are the challenges that you feel we will encounter as we scale and implement some of these strategies at a much larger scale.
Yeah, maybe I can go here, Mark. Actually, if I look at a couple of challenges, and I guess my other fellow panelists talked about it a little bit, how do we capture the moment of truth digitally? So when the in-person things were happening, or before COVID, if we were able to do, how do we capture that moment of truth? Second point, which I see is still unanswered, which is how do we really emotionally engage? So we all understand and talk about emotional intelligence when we are doing our user interfaces or talking to our customers or even for employees. So when we look at the scale, how do we capture that emotional engagement with our customer and our employees? And that's something I think too, I would say that these are getting answered in some way. But I think Nagaraj, you touched upon earlier that how the customers are rating, okay, how was their digital experience, not up to the mark the way it should be. So those are still unanswered question, which I think we have to still peel the onion and see how deeper we can go and get the real value out of it.
I would just add actually that the digital revolution, I suppose, has actually provided a real challenge to the traditional corporate identity. It's no longer the case that you're a bank or you're a consumer healthcare provider. You're a technology company ultimately, and that's quite uncomfortable for a lot of companies, I think. And what that leads to is sometimes a bit of a lack of commitment, right? They don't go all in. So they toy with the ideas, they toy with digitization, particularly on the kind of consumer side of things, and that I think can lead to this fizzle out that we see, right? It's you have to be authentic and you have to be engaged. That's the real crux of it. And where you challenge your own identity and an identity of an organization, that's quite an uncomfortable position to be in, right? So we will never say as GSK, no, we're not a we're not a healthcare, we're not a pharma company, we're a technology company. We'll never say, of course we won't. So we always have that fundamental identity. So it can be quite difficult. But I think it's all about commitment and being comfortable that your identity is potentially changing as an organization.
Absolutely. Listen, so on that note, I think that's all the time we had, but thank you very much for taking the time joining us. And
Thank you to all the panel members. Let me now invite Prashant from Fio Labs to do the first launch of the solution from the platform of NASTech 2020. Prashant, the platform is yours. You're on mute. Hi, I'm sorry, there was a minor technical glitch. We will have to count right back on the group.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm assuming you can hear me. If not, yeah, you can chat or ping. Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for all the sponsors and all the panel members. A great talk indeed. And great job, Team NASCOM. Very impressive, this whole software. I almost feel like I'm on stage. Yeah, except the stage fright. I think everything is there. So great job. So, okay, let me get started. So I founded Fio Labs in 2015, end of 2015. but technically kind of put a lot of effort, built a team and everything towards early 2018. So just when we were kind of ready to take on the world, yeah, the COVID hit us. But again, we took it in our stride, and thanks to all the technology stack we adopted, we are very productive. In fact, we aligned a lot of our processes and all the internal nuances and all the teething issues. So yeah, I think I can gracefully take the whole pandemic, and probably we are pretty ready for the post-pandemic. Let me share my screen. I'm sharing my entire screen. Oh, wow. Maybe I can't share the entire screen. Let me just share the browser. Okay. Yeah, just give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. So guys, Fire Labs, so primarily I've been in IT, me and my co-founder, we were in IT, we were in the US for about more than a decade, 15 years, primarily helping clients with their ERP, primarily SAP integrations. So we picked up a lot of business processes and all the quality processes and IT processes from there. And then we wanted to explore the emerging technologies. So that is where we started Fire Labs with all the experience we have and all that good stuff. So this is our website. Real quick, we are working on two products, one of which is in the showcase over here, the Firebot, which I'll be going over. And from our services, we offer AI, data science, and data governance services. We come from a data governance background from within SAP. So within data science, yeah, we have open source and also some proprietary technologies. We can help you adopt them. Data governance as well. Yeah, there are a lot of open source protocols which you can adopt and ensure your whole governance strategy is aligned with the regulations and all that good stuff. And we also have partnerships with these proprietary tools to ensure data security in your organization. So let me jump to the product itself. So Firebot, again, this is our landing page. You guys can come and explore. We also built a specific bot just to give you a demo and all that stuff. But one thing I want to tell you, which is unique about this is built on Google's NLU platform. We've been building bots which are very proprietary, I mean, very custom to clients. We built an HR bot for IOCL, which is very unique. They wanted everything in-house and all that good stuff. But after all of that, we got the Google partnership, and we kind of built this offering, which has some of our own components, but mostly sitting on top of Google. And they made a big stride in all the integrations. So one single bot, you can chat with it, you can talk with it, you can use your Google Home or your Google Car devices and all that good stuff to converse with it. And it integrates very well with your ERP system, so you can manage your order management, your customer service, and all that good stuff. I'm assuming you can still see my landing page. I might have to just switch the... Okay, you do. Okay. So let me just give a quick demo. We have a 4-minute demo by ourselves, but I prefer this Google demo, which quickly tells you what it does. So yeah, in the interest of time, I'll stop there. Let me just jump to my presentation. Okay, if you notice the demo, most of the conversations are handled by the bot. The bot itself can be trained and retrained, and it keeps adapting to more and more complex jobs. But until it is not trained, a human can easily take over, understand the previous conversation, and make it very seamless for the users. So we really like the way Google kind of built the whole NLU engine, and there is a lot of logging. So I'll quickly run through what all are the capabilities. So one, it's based on the Google's deep learning natural language understanding, which stands first in the world in one of the recent competition, and that's why we picked it. And they have some inbuilt models wherein, let's say you have a big bunch of text. A T5 model can easily convert it into a question and answer. So if someone were to ask, where are you guys located, versus where is your office, versus how do I get to your place, it kind of understands all of those questions and gives one common answer, which is your office location. So yeah, all that inbuilt smartness is there, and there is built-in integration. So there are phone gateways, so you can connect to your office phone gateway like Avayas, which are popular in the US. So you can just pick a phone, dial an extension. So for your employees internally, you can easily have a bot handle all their requests, leave requests, or whatever it is. And it works, integrates well with your WhatsApp, your Telegram, your Line, your Facebook messengers, and all that good stuff. And it's again, like I said, multi-channel. It can you can enable it in your Google Home, so users can use it at home, in the cars, on your phones, and all that good stuff. Rich responses are getting very popular, so the users do not have to type in, but you suggest 3 or 4 rich responses. They just tap on one. You can build them too, and there are about 23 languages as of yesterday. So wide variety of languages, and you can have the voice in various dialects and various accents as well. So that's pretty cool. Analytics, amazing analytics. So it captures every bit of metadata, like where is the user logging in, what is the local time, which computer, which browser, and all that good stuff. So you can use all of that for upselling and cross-selling and all that. Devices, like I said, Google Home, Avaya, Twilio. I don't know if you heard of Twilio, but a very cool VoIP system. Facebook's Slack, it integrates with a lot of those stuff and still counting. Again, it's built on the GCP platform, so every customer gets their own separate space. So it conforms with the GDPR norms. So if a user was in Europe, I can kind of carve out a specific space or a cloud space, which is residing in their own country and their own soil kind of stuff.
Prashant, we have overshot the time. Can I request you to please wrap up?
Sure thing. So yeah, that's our process, guys. So great tool. We just launched it, so feel free to come to the landing page and reach out to us. And again, thank you guys for your time and for the whole showcasing and this whole launch thing. Thanks, Team NASCOM. Any questions? Yeah, you can ping me. Vyom, can you hear me?
All the very best. Moving on towards our next session, artificial intelligence today is impacting every known industry, and to visualize how AI is being leveraged to deliver telecare, including remote patient monitoring, let me invite Mr. Uday Madasu, CIO, the Jewish Board of Family and Children's Services, onto the platform. Uday, over to you.
to provide all of the services just using virtual care. You can see different vignettes of the client journey where there is no physical contact with the client. Everything is happening either using artificial intelligence, automation, using mobile apps, even something as simple as text message alerting or email. But what we are essentially focusing on is to using telecare to treat conditions that really don't require a trip to the office, which then helps us replace the delays and high cost of navigating a complex healthcare system, and being able to deliver a highly scalable service that meets the needs and preferences of every single healthcare consumer. With that said, this is not perfect. There are many issues that we have to keep in mind: privacy, security issues. Is there bias when we are using AI? What is the issue around perception? Can humans really trust that machines can take care of them? And then how do we make sure that these solutions can be applied to a larger universal population? With that, I will end my presentation with this picture. Obviously, we know in healthcare the importance of people connecting with each other, but we are hoping that as we continue to leverage machines, we can still maintain human touch. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Uday, for joining us today from New York. One of the early sectors to have started the journey of digital transformation was BFSI. And to share some interesting use cases and share his thoughts on accelerating digital transformation in insurance, let me invite Chetan Garga, Managing Director, Allstate India, onto the platform. Chetan, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to NASSCOM's NASTech event, Ride the Tide. I'm sure all of you have had some really good presentations and experiences through these 2 days of event. And I hope all of you are in good health, had a good Diwali, a good and safe Diwali with family, getting some downtime with friends, and had a really relaxed time of these last 3-4 days. Let me walk you through my view on digital transformation in the insurance industry. We are seeing a lot of it around us. It's prevalent everywhere we go. But let me try to zoom in a little bit into the insurance industry once we do a bit of a macro view on what I think it represents. So digital is not an enabler, but it is the business. In fact, it is the business and has to be applied to all facets of what we do in an organization. Digital transformation is really the use of digital technologies to create new or modify existing business models, look at the culture, and always putting the customer at the center of what we do. There are 4 dimensions of digital transformation. We start with the customer experience and how do we make that experience such that it wows the customer and creates customer delight across all that we do. The second is business processes and how do we make these so seamless that they integrate with how a customer does their day-to-day job or work and also has a gratifying experience as they look at the processes that this product is aligned with. Next is the business model and how do we make it good value for money for customers to use the products being offered. And we see this everywhere we go, whether we look at an Amazon, where in their business process and business model, they are integrating customer preferences with value for money, whether we look at healthcare today and how through online diagnostics processes are changing and models are changing. Banking is a fantastic example of how we've seen use of face recognition to make the business process seamless. And then with the business model, you can do transactions and payments which are within 2 hours, like the NEFT transactions in India, and just make it a much more enriching experience than having to go to a branch or any of the other past experiences. And then the last one is around culture and organizational integration. And today, with all the tools that we have, like Facebook, Twitter, etc., and collaboration tools like Zoom and Microsoft Teams, we are seeing how the integration is coming together and becoming seamless, where customers are coming into Zoom calls along with employees. Employees are using WhatsApp and Facebook and other social media. So we're seeing a complete integration there to make it digital for everyone. So why is digital so critical to the insurance industry? One is the need to keep the customer at the center, as we talked about earlier. And traditionally in the insurance industry, it's been more of customers having to go to agents and agencies. Also, please remember, insurance is not something that people need. It's something that is created through regulation. It's a highly regulated market. So how do we make it such that customers feel a want to it, or at least have all the hassle of purchasing insurance, which is typically do with an incident or event that nobody wants in life, but makes it much more seamless and easy and comfortable. With business models, what's happening in the insurance industry is typically one would have to go to multiple insurance providers to try to get the best price. Now we're looking at how there are portals and there is much more price discovery. To enhance the customer process, and I'll talk you through claims, which is the most painful process in the insurance flow, and how it can be moved from being as painful as it used to be to something which is much more, at least, I won't say people want to do it, but at least makes the process as easy as possible. And then we'll come back to how we need to integrate all these things across the organization internally and externally with customers and bring it all in one seamless pattern. I want to give you a bit of background about Allstate, because not all of you may know about Allstate. But Allstate is a very large auto and home insurer in the US, founded about 89 years ago. We actually came out of Sears Roebuck, which is a big retail giant. We have about 16 million policies in force. 1 out of 8 customers in the US is insured with Allstate. We're on the Fortune 500 list. And more recently, we've been looking at the whole digital platform. So for example, we spun off a company called Arity, which does telematics, and which really looks at driving profiles and driving data and driving behavior to customize insurance and risk profiles for each customer. We bought a company called SquareTrade, which provides warranty in the white goods space, which is around mobile phones, laptops, tablets, etc. And honestly, today, these are the assets that we value more than typically, homes and other things which people are no longer buying, but more renting. And the last one around InfoArmor. So we bought InfoArmor 2 years ago, which offers identity protection. And as we all realize, one of our biggest assets is our online profile. And if it gets compromised, which we're hitting much more of through phishing and other attacks, it is at risk. And how do we offer a service to customers to protect their identity online? And how do we provide a circle of protection to customers across all that we do? So let's start with customer experience, right? Typically, a customer, is tearing their hair, looking at how to buy insurance, how to engage with their, be it agents or other sources. And it's been an experience where they've got to make 10 calls to each, maintain lists, comparisons, etc. Today, with portals like Policy Bazaar, price discovery is becoming much easier. Today, any of us can go on to Policy Bazaar, and there are similar portals globally, where you can look at what are the offerings of multiple players, compare them, and then decide what you want. So I think that from a customer experience angle has been a huge change in the transformation journey. Additionally, today, you don't need to go to an agent or an agency. You can do your work online. And in fact, we don't even look at physical policies anymore. Today, you can get your policies online or through email. And most institutions are offering digital lockers. We can keep all your policies online and use them on a need basis without having to physically show evidence of having a policy. So I think the whole customer experience is changing to one where customers are seeing it as a much more effective way of buying insurance. Second is the business model. And I want to walk you through how this is changing dramatically, especially in the Allstate environment. So typically when you buy insurance, it's done based on demographics and a lot of actuarial data. And the actuaries actually come in, collect millions of records, and then do a generic computation of premium, which is paid on a per 6 monthly basis or per year basis. Today, we've been able to capture driving behavior and driving data to pay per mile. And that really is the holy grail. And in fact, in today's environment with COVID and with people driving much less, paying on a per use, per mile basis has become a very, very attractive proposition to customers, and the business model is changing. So along with things like paying per mile, we're also able to customize premium for each customer. No longer do we need to look at demographics, look at the region or the place they're in and other things. We can, based on people's driving behavior, customize insurance specifically for that customer. And that's through a product called DriveWise, which through an app on your mobile phone, it just captures your driving behavior over time and then creates patterns and trends and then figures out the insurance. So just imagine that as a model, this is now allowing customers to get value for money and an experience which is far superior to what they've had in the past. The third dimension, here is where I will be sharing a brief video on MileWise as a product that Allstate has has put out in the market for a few years now, which has really got a lot of attention in the COVID environment. I'll pause here.
Oh, morning sun, come our way. This is the song of the day. Okay, sleep in the afternoon. This is the song of the day.
Still warm. Beautiful. Thanks, Meg. Oh, Alice says hi.
For some of us, our daily journey is a short one. If you don't drive a lot, you save 50% when you pay per mile with Allstate. So you pay less when you drive less.
Let me take to the third dimension of digital transformation is the business process. Now, typically processes in most companies are more geared from a company angle and not a customer angle, and even they tend to be disjointed. The most telling process for an insurance company is the claims process, where if there's been an accident or an event and a customer has to go through, let's say for a car, to get a claim sorted out in terms of paid out, it can take days, even weeks. And it has a lot of back and forth interaction with the adjusters, with the garage, with the body shop, and so on. Today, with a couple of products, one is something called quick photo claims. We use photographs where customers can send photographs of the damage to a central point, and these can be addressed within 24 hours. In fact, that's how we're doing it today for our customers in the US. This has been further enhanced to something called virtual assist, so using videos and basically having people online, like the body shop, like the adjuster and the customer, all on the same call, inspecting it and closing a claim within a few hours. So this is where, again, technology is taking us through making the process much more streamlined and much more effective for customers. And I think this is what creates a stickiness for customers. In fact, people don't want to go through claims, but if they have to go through a claim and they find the process as really smooth and easy, that creates a stickiness for customers in the insurance space. And the last one is around culture and organizational change, where through all these channels of whether it's Facebook or Twitter or WhatsApp, LinkedIn as well, we're finding the integration and the boundaries between internal interactions with employees and external interactions with customers and even suppliers and third parties, all integrating onto one platform. So social media is being used immensely. We use it for whether it's for selling, whether it's for customer support, whether it's for claims processing, or whether it's for other factors and features. And this has now really revolutionized the insurance space tremendously. So along with all these platforms, we find a much more integrated and cohesive environment for all our customers as part of a digital journey. So just circling back on the 4 pillars of digital transformation: customer experience, with the customer at the center of all that we do; business models, creating value for the customer, whether it's through value for money, whether it's through price discovery and other factors; business process, how do we make it seamless for customers, and how do we address it such that they find it smooth, their issues are addressed in a timely fashion, and it creates a stickiness; and then cultural, organizational aspects of transformation, which basically integrate external and internal stakeholders, employees, customers, suppliers, all on the same platform. So this is how we see the 4 dimensions of digital transformation playing out. I'd like to share with you a video which brings all this together. This was played out in the NILF, the NASCOM Industry Leader Forum, a few years back, and just shows how through technology, through business processes, through putting the customer at the center, that experience can be made so phenomenal that it wows the customer and makes them a customer for life. Thank you.
No. It's just construction. That's all. No. I'm not driving.
Are you okay?
Yeah, you?
I'm good.
Oh, no, not you. Listen, I'm gonna have to call my agent. I'm gonna get right back to you.
Mr. Burton, this is Insure Corp. We've received sensor data that indicates you were in an accident. Are you injured in any way?
I'm not injured, no.
Is anyone else injured?
I don't believe so.
Okay, where's my agent's number?
We have pinpointed your location and we are showing your car is not drivable. So we are dispatching an Uber car to take you to your destination.
That would be great.
I'm pressing 1. English. E-N-G-L-I, English.
May we give your coordinates to our appraiser drone to perform the appraisal?
Absolutely.
We have received the photos, assessed the damage, authorized the repair, selected a qualified repair facility, and have dispatched a tow truck to take your vehicle to that facility.
Perfect.
Yes, hi, this is... Yes, I'll hold.
We have looked up the other vehicle's insurance, transmitted the appropriate data to create the claim, and filed the California SR1 accident report. Can you confirm the information is correct on your phone, then hit the accept button?
I'll check it right now. Okay, all done.
Thank you. Your Uber car is arriving now.
Ah, I see it coming.
Accident, not payment, accident.
Your tow truck should be there now. Don't forget to leave your keys in the vehicle. Thank you for using Insure Corp, powered by Pivotal Labs.
Thank you, Chetan. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and those videos were a perfect example of that. Now, hopping on from the I to the B in BFSI, and to share some interesting anecdotes, let me invite Mr. Amit Verma, Executive Director, Head of Middle Office and Data First Technology, DBS Asia Hub 2, to take us on the journey and revisit the transformation in banking. Amit, the platform is all yours.
Thank you, Tanmay, for the kind introduction. That image was really a fitting resemblance to me just prior to this. So, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk you through some of my views and perspectives in relation to digital transformation, right, as it stands in the current day environment. So let me just quickly share my screen and we'll get started. Okay, so let's start off with a slightly lighter note, right? Present-day digital transformation. What does this potentially look like, right? Before we get to what it looks like, let's see who's looking in to begin with, right? As you can see, this is not an actor from a movie, but nevertheless, this person looks slightly pensive, slightly worried, slightly, yeah, lost, right? Who is he or this person? This could be the image of any technology executive today, right? And the question would be why, right? So imagine this person is trying to drive digital transformation in the current day and age, and he sees this: big data, distributed ledger, AI/ML, data overall, cloud, virtual reality, industrial revolution 4.0, IoT, nanotech, network, mobile, an entire plethora of emerging technology that this person has at their disposal to drive digital transformation. But the question is, how do you make sense of all of this? How do you ensure that you take emerging technology and weave it into a beautiful lattice which results in digital transformation, positive digital transformation for our nation, right? And that's pretty much what I wanted to give you a 50,000-foot view. I must say so. I'm more than happy to spend any time with any of you offline in more detail on this topic. But given the 8-minute timeline, it will be pretty much a bird's eye view at this stage. So let's get straight into it. 10 key tenets that I personally ensure, right, that we follow as part of any organization that I am part of, right, are as follows. First and foremost, and I will quote, my previous speaker in this case, who very beautifully put it, right? Technology is no longer a back office function. It should not be an enabler just by itself. It is the business. For many organizations, including my current one, we are now in the business of technology, right? That realization is very key for an organization to succeed in their journey towards digital transformation today, right? Next, the consumer has to be at the center. And design thinking and such other approaches can be used to drive this entire approach. Product-centric, right? Not just product-centric in the products department, product-centric across your entire business. Looking at your business model to say, how can I identify products therein, product sets, platforms which tie to products, organizations, functions, technology, roadmaps, right? Deliverables, everything lining up to a product-centric view is something that we have taken on, because once you do that, technology transformation and digital transformation becomes much more simpler. Data is the new gold. If one doesn't have a data-driven business model, you're losing out on the opportunity to harness this data. So again, ensuring that data and utilizing data to drive your business is certainly key to ensuring that digital transformation is successful as well. Agility, right? Gone are the days when somebody could think about, getting a server in a year. Why? Because that's what it took. The procurement process needed to be started, anything and everything needed to be filled, forms, so on and so forth. And by the time somebody got a server, it was a year. And guess what? People were happy that they got it in a year's time. Imagine what's going to happen today if that happens, right? So agility right throughout the business model, end to end, right? Whether it is implementing Agile Scrum on the technology side or Agile-based product ownership on the product side, Agile is certainly key. Seamless end-to-end ecosystem integration. Guess what? A pie in itself is great. But if you integrate across your entire ecosystem, end-to-end, using open APIs and such other mechanisms, your pie becomes multifold. So again, the opportunity is there to integrate end-to-end and use that to increase the business opportunities. Emerging technology is great. Do capitalize that. But, and this is a very important but, remember that one size does not fit all, right? What might work for somebody in terms of a private cloud solution might not be the right one for you, and vice versa. What might work for somebody in relation to a public cloud implementation might not be the right one for you. So be careful and be aware of your local context and make sure that your adoption of technology is geared towards that. Virtual is the new real. And what better realization of this than in the current scenario, the lockdown scenario, the pandemic scenario that we are in, right? Right from education to retail to banking as well in this case, right? Virtual is the new real, guys. So the sooner we realize it, the easier the business transformation and digital transformation will be. So virtual is the new real. And then this ninth point is again something which people very often forget. You could have the best technology, you could have the best strategy, you could have the best products, but if you forget the people element, whether it is your external customers or clients or your internal stakeholders, including your internal team members, without ensuring that they are behind you, they are supportive of your steps and measures, no digital transformation initiative can succeed. So people, and people it is. And then finally, a systematic approach to transformation, right? It's very easy to say, oh yeah, I don't really care. Everything is agile, so I do everything in an ad hoc manner and everything's supposed to work and fall in place. Guess what? Not really, right? So systematic approach is very important. And what I have here towards that, right, is a three-phased approach, which I have personally followed, right, which comprises of strategizing, designing, and transitioning, right? Strategizing in terms of using technology as your core and identifying what should your vision be as an organization. What sort of strategic goals do you set coming out from that vision, right? And then how do you design? How do you design your product? How do you design your technology? How do you basically then develop a roadmap and design it, of course, and then design your entire organization and its operating model in terms of the processes, the people's element of it, the functions that are involved to get to a strategized synchronization. And then finally, as I said earlier, it's great to have strategy and design, but without execution, nothing's going to work. So execution with a focus on people, process, product, and technology is certainly key. And it's an iterative process. So you can't assume that what strategy you determined 5 years back is going to work for you after 5 years, right? So this needs to be, again, going back to the agile point, something which is iterative with shorter time spans. So if needed, every 6 months, the entire process repeated through, right? So that's a systematic approach to digital transformation. There are many such other approaches that you can take, but the key piece here is do bear in mind the systematic element of it, right? Going to the next one, let's just talk through what can be the impact of using digital transformation in the systematic way that I talked about, right? So let's take a traditional supply chain, right? I'm not going to go to the details of this, but as you can see, there are various stakeholders over here, right? In a traditional supply chain model, finance model, what used to happen, what you would have disjointed IT systems. So the producer has their own IT system, the distributor has their own IT system, the buyer trader has their own IT system, the banker has their own IT system. They're not necessarily connected. There's paper trails in between. Human verifications, where somebody goes and looks at paper and verifies something. Again, inefficiency, lack of agility, manipulation, silos, end result, suboptimal financing and pricing and benefits for everybody in the ecosystem. Let's just fast forward this to a digitally transformed supply chain using some of the emerging technologies I was talking about earlier, right? So I will come into the details of this in the next slide, but then the key piece here is technology, right? Emerging technologies and its convergence in terms of blockchain, AI, and IoT, right? Through an integrated IT ecosystem, where you use, for example, IoT to track the movement of goods, right from the producer to your end consumer, would mean that you're able to then integrate your supply chain, entire end-to-end. If you use AI-driven verification trails, it means the human intervention is then cut out. If you have blockchain at the center of your entire solution here, what it will do for you is that all your data, going back to the principle, data is the new gold, is there in a central location, which can be used for driving business decisions in real time, right? And AI, again, is a key factor there as well. And what is the outcome of something like this? Lower financial risk, cheaper finance, enhanced working capital management, and improved optimal pricing. End result, right from the producer to the consumer, everybody has a win-win scenario, right? And a way that this can be implemented is using technology convergence that I was talking about earlier, is what you have here, right? At the center of this, as you can see, there's a financing, supply chain, and financing platform, which is based on a blockchain AI solution, right? Right from the various services, which are then interacting with various client apps, right? And then you have the data coming in all the way. To take a simple example, right? When somebody's looking to onboard somebody, in this case, right? You have a service contract. That contract, again, is exposed to the client using an open API-based microservice. The agreement on that contract, all of the recording then happens on the blockchain over here. And given AI can be played here, it can be driven in an automated manner. Because guess what? If your terms and conditions are set out clearly in your client app, You could use Open API based microservices to then drive the entire flow of data all the way up from your client app to your blockchain in this case. And underlying technology behind all of this can be cloud-based, right? Enabling real-time benefits, optimizations, and efficiencies for everybody in the entire ecosystem, right? This is a simple example of how emerging technology can be used in a converged manner to drive digital transformation, right? Now, the point is, if it's really that simple, guys, and if that is the case, why doesn't everybody do it and why doesn't everybody succeed, right? The answer is three key things: technology, business, and customer. One has to get all of those three things together, aligned, right? For example, if from a technology perspective, I'm looking to introduce an AI-driven model, which is going to trigger payments automatically or block payments automatically, right? If certain risk criteria are not met, I need to make sure from business consideration perspective that my clients, again, going back to customer, agree to that, going back to the agreement part over here. Because if they don't, guess what? I'll be exposing myself to litigation, going back to the point around legal and compliance checks that the business needs to do. So the point being, it is the alignment, the marriage of all these three elements and perspectives, right, which is very key to ensuring that digital transformation succeeds. And very often, this is that distinguishing factor where people don't necessarily get it right, right? So that's, my friends, pretty much my perspective and my view. I'm more than happy to take any questions if there might be any.
Amit, a couple of questions.
Sure, please.
So let me just put them in front of you. Personally, as an organization, how have you changed? How have you seen the digital transformation getting implemented in DBS, at least in this phase? How has it? Has it increased? The pace has increased over the pandemic. That is the first question.
Sure. No, certainly it has, right? Sorry, certainly it has, right, Tanmay? And I can say this very clearly as well, right? I can take the example of IT enablement and infrastructure enablement as well, right? Come prior to the pandemic, right? We were like any other traditional bank, right? In certain ways, slightly reserved in terms of our approach towards having our data and our working staff, right, outside our premises, working in a virtual environment, right? So we didn't have VDS enabled for everybody, right, across the entire board. But given the virtual nature and the push following the pandemic, where we found that, right, all of our team members and staff who used to be based in our offices no longer were there, right? How do we enable all of them? So in a very short span of time, right, we accelerated our digital transformation to use VDI cloud-based infrastructure to enable all our team members across our IT organization and even our business organization in a space of weeks. And let me repeat that, in a space of weeks, right? Not years, which would happen in a typical traditional scenario. This is an example of how it has accelerated the pace of digital transformation in our own case.
Okay. And the second question that I have is for a organization which is in the banking domain. So you have a lot of data you deal with a lot of customer data, which is financial transactions data, all that piece. And given the new model of maximum employees working from home, what are some of those major risks to call out for, which probably organizations should look into?
Sure. So if I understand the question correctly, let me just reiterate that, right? What are the risks that somebody faces in a work from home scenario, to put it very simply?
Correct.
Right?
And how can they be mitigated by some of these emerging technologies that we have?
Sure. So again, right, checks data is key, right? So again, ensuring that data privacy is maintained. And in our case, right, and also in my previous organizations as well, ensuring that robust DLP, data loss prevention steps are put in place to prevent data leakages is certainly very key, right? So ensuring that very sound and strong DLP practices and solutions are put in place is very key in ensuring that work from home is successful and the risk around that is mitigated. That's one, right? Secondly, it's also around traceability of data as well, right? So there are solutions out there today that can track the data right from the origin to the point of consumption end to end, right? And ensuring that you employ some of those technologies to track your data, right? And as necessary, implement controls in place, right? To put them in bounds and controls is very important. Thirdly, if somebody is using cloud-based models, then working actively with your cloud service provider to put the right RBAC-based controls, ensure that the right mechanism and your model, basically your cloud model itself, right, is appropriate, right? Whether it's a private cloud implementation, it's a hybrid cloud implementation. Again, depending on your needs, you need to make sure that your cloud implementation is adequately done as well. So again, those are some of the things that can be put into place. Of course, in addition to that, there are things like endpoint protection as well. So there are means today that endpoints can be more securely managed remotely as well, right? So those endpoint protection means should be put into place as well. So it's a combination, right? It's a combination of protecting your data, it's a combination of protecting your endpoints, making sure all of those are done, right? Ensuring that the right DLP practices are put in place is also key, right? Then going back to my reference to people, right? At the end of the day, all of this gets down to people. So ensuring that the right education, the right processes, right, and the right policies are instituted and communicated and enforced right through the organization, especially in this work from home scenario, are very important to ensure the safety of the organization's data and its privacy and security as well.
Sure. Right. Sure. Thank you, Amit. I see there are a couple of more questions coming in, but we'll take that offline and
sure.
We'll share with you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for coming to NASTech and sharing your perspective. Thank you again.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the opportunity. It's been a privilege. Thank you all.
Thank you, Amit. Let me just quickly wear the hat of the quiz master. And can I just request my colleague to project the screen? Okay, so I am again coming out with a quiz. This is the QR code for that. You can just take out your mobile, scan this QR code. You will get a set of questions and it will ask you for your registered email ID for which you have used for registering on the Zaddle platform for NASTech. So scan the QR code, answer the questions, and what best, we have prizes to be announced, and you will get a prize on your, we'll mail it across to you on your email ID. Great. I hope you had the time to scan it. If not, I will again come back with the QR code in a short while for you to just have a look at it and again scan and participate in our quiz. Right. Now moving on to our next solution launch. Let me invite Mr. Arjun Pratap, CEO Edge Networks, to launch their solution on the platform of NASTech. Arjun, the platform is all yours.
So am I on stage? Can you guys see me? I assume I'm on stage. Okay.
Arjun, you're on stage. Go ahead. You're good to go.
Great. I'm desperately trying to share my screen, but it doesn't seem to be panning out. But anyway, hindsight 2020, figure that out. My name is Arjun Pratap, founder of Edge Networks, a startup based out of Bangalore, founded in 2012 to solve the problem of finding the right person for the right job. Job fitment and aspiration has been a perennial problem and will continue to be a problem as we know it with the fourth industrial revolution and AI sweeping across the world. By 2035, 50% of the jobs that we know will vanish, and what is going to be presented to us is really really up in the sky. We're trying to figure it out. We as a company have devised a knowledge graph, which is called the Edge Graph, which collects demographic, industry, skill, occupation, course information that allows us to understand through a role, skill, location match of an individual against a specific job. We are able to do this very, very successfully because one of the sweet spots that we drive is not about acquiring talent into the business. It's more about internally mobilizing talent. And we have discovered this at home. We've started with Wipro, which is a very large IT services company, one of the top 5 IT services companies in the country. When they had 150,000 people working for them. Today, there are about 200,000 people and going strong. And what we worked with them on was not about acquisition of talent. It's about taking their 150,000 people and the 200,000 people today and internally mobilizing them against role, skill, location matches, literally connecting what the company wanted against projects, against sort of customers' demands to the people and their aspirations. And this is a key value proposition that we saw across the board. We obviously expanded and we have about 10% of India's IT services workforce on our platform today. We call it a talent decision platform. And what we do successfully is we take the demand and supply matching of people to jobs to the people, right? What we have launched today is a product called the Edge Pathfinder. And what Pathfinder does is connect the employee's aspirations through career visualization, through career architecture, through career progression paths, to learning content, and skill trends that exist within organizations, powers it through market intelligence that we bring through our knowledge graph, and make sure the employee is completely aware of what they can do within the company's parameters and within their aspirational parameters, right? So you're connecting the personal success to the organization success is completely important to us as a company. What we believe as a purpose is that people are at the heart of every business decision. And I can understand that when Amit was also going in the previous session about people being at the center, this is really, really important. The post-COVID environment has kicked this into complete hyperdrive, right? What has happened is that, digitization at scale has become of paramount importance. People are pivoting models, trying to understand what the new normal poses for them as a business opportunity, as a productive opportunity. And it's not just about companies trying to define what their new business models are going to be. It's also about people trying to figure out what they can do to contribute for gainful employment, right? One of the surveys that I had seen with top CEOs across the world talking about what's most important to them. It's about their talent. And they look at how they can look at the talent pillar and start figuring out very quickly how to make sure the talent is understanding the business strategy, the company's vision, and aligning themselves to it through technology as one wave, and obviously through process and through reskilling and upskilling initiatives. But technology becomes a great sort of lever, platform to devise methods to inform business leaders, function leaders, hiring managers, and employees, and provide them transparency. And I think talent transparency is a very, very important facet of what we provide, right? We provide it to the employee by giving them sort of pathways. We provide them learning insights. We provide them gap analysis of skills to jobs so that they can start figuring out what they need to do. We provide candidates the same view so that the heuristics of the insight as we mobilize talent starts becoming evident in terms of the way we see patterns of what we should be looking for when we hire people for that company through the technology that we deliver, right? And the technology that we deliver is, in a simplistic fashion, natural language processing, understanding how to mimic the neural network of the human brain of a recruiter or a hiring manager to ensure that we can deliver the same value proposition of the right person for the right job. It's very fundamental to the value that companies look for whenever they're looking at improving the intellect, the sort of talent in the building, right? They sort of want to look at how a function can provide an outcome, and that outcome is significantly impacted by the kind of people that you find who are passionate about your vision, mission, purpose, your functional outcome, what they can bring to the table in terms of skills and competency. But how do you identify that? And what we do with Edge Pathfinder, this is a great product that I would submit to you, is obviously I'm saying it because we have built it, but I think it flows through to deliver to that value prop, that need that an employee is looking for. 80% of employees and organizations, again, based on a survey that I've read, feel that organizations don't and can't also figure out how they can help them in terms of their career progression and their pathways going forward. And what I think is very important is technology companies and people who have real purpose in developing technology platforms enable employees and candidates on their journey to find fitment. I sort of read a UK statistic in about 2015-16 saying that 2 out of 3 people in the UK are in the wrong job, right? When you're in the wrong job, and I can say this as proof of what my journey is today, if I'm meandering through the process trying to figure it out, I think it's very, very, very important that we sort of devise fitment for people to jobs. And we as a company have that as a mantra, and what we do successfully is make sure that people get the right job at the right time so that they're connecting their personal success to organization success. So that's what we do. We're Edge Networks. We're based out of Bangalore today. We have Kalari, Venture East, and Xfinity who have funded us. We have great A-grade customers like Wipro, HCL, Vortusa, NTT Data Services, and USC Global. Like I said, we have 10% of India's IT services workforce on our platform, finding their fitment as we speak. And we're very passionate about our journey, and we have innovation on the anvil through our talent decision platform. So thank you guys for the opportunity. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
I don't think we have questions, Arjun. I think we've overshot the time. So probably if I have any questions, I'll just share them with you offline. Thank you.
Great.
Sure.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Arjun. All the best. Moving on. Different industries are undergoing the digital transformation journey at different pace. And to talk more on the impact and the driving force for some of the industry verticals, let me invite Eric Clark, Chief Digital Officer, Entity Data on the platform. Eric, over to you.
Good evening and good morning, everyone. I'm Eric Clark, Chief Digital Officer at NTT Data, and I'm honored to be part of NASTech 2020 as a keynote speaker. NTT Data has been a partner with NASSCOM for over a decade, and we look forward to a continued strong partnership. So today, I'm going to talk about digital transformation drivers and impacts and how industries are responding. So much has changed since the global pandemic began in early 2020. The world has moved to a virtual paradigm, and enterprises are adapting to new ways of reaching out to customers and employees alike. But most importantly, institutions and businesses around the world are developing an insatiable need for speed. They can no longer afford to wait to implement newer technologies and risk being left behind by the competition. As the pandemic continues to run its course globally, the need for faster everything is critical. Technology heightens our expectations, and then we use it to surpass those expectations again and again. In a race to remain relevant in this repeating cycle of acceleration, companies are under constant pressure to get to market faster with products and services that bring speed and personalized experiences to their customers. Slow has become another word for obsolete. Organizations have to make a big pivot and adapt to this culture to survive and thrive in a continuously changing marketplace. So let me take you back to early 2020 as lockdowns were beginning in countries around the world and nearly every aspect of life changed in a matter of days. What emerged as critical in those early days of the lockdown were high-speed wireless internet, smartphones, and providing instant access to critical information about the pandemic. Shortly after, things like entertainment and online shopping and work applications became high-speed necessities, but all of these were eliminating the need to leave the house. Lockdowns forced enterprises to shift into online-only survival mode. Existing technology had to be leveraged quickly and seamlessly, even as they juggled disrupted supply chains. Businesses had to employ every tool at their disposal: automation, AI, machine learning, IoT, to move employees almost overnight to remote work while also extending them the same user-friendly, digitally enabled capabilities that they'd come to enjoy in their personal lives. So fast forward a few months into the pandemic, and enterprises had to continue to find ways to critically unite the digital and physical worlds better and faster. The appification of services use technology to provide customers ultra-convenient access to everything from food delivery and curbside grocery to shopping with virtual reality. With so much power at their fingertips, it's no wonder that today's consumers and business people have the power and flexibility to work, shop, and be entertained anytime, anywhere. And thanks to the oceans of data fed by billions of connected devices, companies are using big data analytics, AI, and more to better understand their customers and serve them faster than ever. So the last decade of transformative technological advancement, led by really a handful of groundbreaking companies, has both challenged and inspired countless other organizations. Amazing achievements that bring speed and convenience to customers have repeatedly raised the bar on what qualifies as fast. Competitors have been forced to follow suit, making big bets on innovation to give them an edge in the pursuit of operational agility and customer loyalty, and engaging in a never-ending game of one-upmanship. And this trend will continue as the world reinvents itself post-pandemic. The abundance of convenience helps people do everything faster, and online business seems to be busier than ever because the bar has been raised for the enterprise as well. Given the power of constant connectivity and simple tools for every job, employers, employees, coworkers, friends, family all expect more. The culture of speed has changed the dynamics of the marketplace, and it's altering the way businesses compete to win. Some of the time-honored rules of engagement have been significantly revised or even turned upside down. A recent article by McKinsey shares that companies had to increase the speed of decision-making while improving productivity and using technology and data in new ways and accelerating the scope and scale of innovation. The McKinsey article further cites how a US-based retailer launched curbside delivery in 2 days versus the previously planned 18 months. It also talks about how an engineering company designed and manufactured ventilators within a week. In many industries, cloud and as-a-service technologies have torn down barriers to entry, allowing nimble and aggressive competitors to scale quickly and challenge incumbent leaders. Customers have almost unlimited choices for the products and services they use. If they can't find what they want on one website, they quickly move to another. Additionally, they're presented with thousands of marketing messages every day to make them keenly aware of the latest and greatest and where to go find it. When it comes to those convenient customer experiences, it's important to understand that global cart abandonment rate for online shopping is now over 75%. And 27% of customers will leave the checkout process simply because it's too complicated. So product quality still matters, of course, and brand loyalty may still exist, but companies can no longer bank on either. What matters more is being fast to market and constantly innovating to stay a step ahead of the competition. So how do you keep up and how do you pull ahead? While strategies to speed up will be unique to every organization and every industry, we've identified some common elements that we've seen in successful companies. So today I want to share a little more insight on 3 of those. Number 1, maximize investments in automation. Companies worldwide are making major system upgrades in the name of digital transformation. Yet in many cases, they're not taking full advantage of the automation products that they already own. In a 2020 study with NTT Data and Oxford Economics, it showed that 2/3 of executives and over half of employees expected supply chain complexity to have a negative impact on operation over the next 3 years. This could be due to a variety of reasons, including supply chain disruptions, complications, resistance to change, limited capacity to implement the needed organizational and process improvements, or even lack of support for integrations across multiple parts of the organization. Or it could be as simple as not understanding a tool's full capabilities. In all industries, there's a clear opportunity for a company to improve efficiencies simply by gaining a more complete understanding of how to make the most of their existing equipment and software. When organizations do fully realize those investments that they're making in automation, game-changing developments often follow. So let's talk about Rocket Mortgage. Rocket Mortgage uses AI and RPA to mine for data and fast forward the loan qualification process, giving customers a mortgage approval in mere minutes. By making speed its brand, the company has become one of the top mortgage lenders in the country in only a few years of existence. One of our NTT clients, a major healthcare insurance provider, uses RPA to enable rapid claims decisions. Although this task is central to any insurer's operation, the work is repetitive and often mundane for employees. So by automating the parts of the job that don't require human skills, the insurer is able to cut processing costs, serve customers faster, and make better use of employees' time. The second area that I want to touch on is leveraging predictive analytics. Whether through e-commerce applications, social media monitoring, or IoT sensors, the connected world generates an unfathomable amount of data. Organizations of all type are analyzing the information to gain unprecedented insights into how to operate more efficiently, how to meet customer needs, and capitalize on emerging opportunities. Consequently, competing in the culture of speed requires more than just being fast. In a way, companies need to be able to predict the future. Thanks to the convergence of big data, statistical modeling, AI, and machine learning, organizations are better equipped than ever to gain that edge through predictive analytics. Financial services companies use it to forecast market trends. Energy companies use it to predict spikes in electricity demand. And retailers can better understand what incentives will spark more sales. The city of Las Vegas, Nevada relies on predictive analytics not only for a commercial gain, but also to improve the lives and safety of its citizens and visitors. IoT-enabled cameras and sensors installed throughout the city provide real-time feedback on traffic conditions, pedestrian activity, parking, air quality, and more. The city parses this wealth of data that it receives to make informed decisions and plan incremental improvements. NTT is now leveraging that platform to help businesses in any sector glean critical workspace insights such as crowd analytics, monitoring spaces for accuracy, overcrowding, social distancing, and remote health monitoring. And finally, the third area that I want to touch on is innovation, and specifically innovating new business models. In the culture of speed, disruption isn't a possibility, it's a certainty. Companies must find ways to invest in growth while remaining flexible enough to pivot when the industry changes course. Digital transformation can help the most traditional companies find new ways to grow. It reveals opportunities to invent new business models, open new revenue streams, and tackle the threat of disruption head on. NTT Data works with clients in the retail industry to create more convenient and enjoyable shopping experiences for customers. Among the leading edge technology retailers may be able to leverage in the future is our contact-free shopping via cashless digital stores. We call it Catch and Go. This solution was piloted in early 2020 in Japan, and it features facial recognition for contactless customer payments and dynamic pricing linked to a store's inventory to enable real-time price changes as stock and demand changes. The benefits of digital stores extend beyond inventory and convenience. A cashless store model allows companies to extend into new markets faster, reduce overhead costs for hiring and labor, and serve more customers at a time. The possibilities to rethink the status quo are as diverse as the business landscape itself. Today's technology can make seemingly outlandish ideas come to life. It's how some grocery stores are using driverless vehicles to make home deliveries. And now we're seeing several restaurant chains offer fully automated dining experiences with no human interaction at all. We're even seeing furniture retailers that let customers use virtual reality to see what new furniture will look like inside their living room. All of these bold and innovative concepts will surface even more frequently as the technology expands. So in summary, the culture of speed creates a new and better way of life. Languages, customs, ideologies all vary, but the culture of speed is universal. Every developed nation, its businesses and its people are engaged in the race against time. Our global society's obsession with speed has become a long-term, if not permanent, trend. For companies to claim leadership in this new reality, striving for digital transformation is an essential part of the process. But organizational change is equally important. Beyond deploying new technologies to accelerate the business, companies must also adopt a mindset of speed within every department at every level. It begins when top executives recognize and accept the inevitability of change and visibly champion new ways to drive efficiency and delight their customers. For the foreseeable future, transformation can no longer be viewed as a finite initiative to be completed. Competing in the culture of speed is not a single sprint to the finish line. It's a new way of life for every business, its employees, and the customers they serve. So thank you for this opportunity to speak at NASSCOM. Really look forward to participating in this event for years to come.
Thank you, Eric. We have a couple questions for you.
Great.
How should you rethink your talent strategy so that you have the people you need when the recovery starts?
It's a great question. So talent strategy is going to become increasingly important. All of the analysts are predicting that we're going to start to see a significant recovery in the IT services market in 21 and 22. And as that happens, I think we all can agree that the recovery is going to be in some very specific places, and digital transformation is going to be a key part of it. So when you start to think about how do you get the right skills and the right labor force lined up against those key opportunity areas, that will be an essential part of success. Because as companies speed up and start to compete even faster in this culture of speed, there will be a shortage of these on-demand resources in many of these digital areas.
And how do you see the role of India in the overall digital strategy for NTT Data?
Well, India has been and will continue to be a very key element of our strategy. And when you think about where we're investing in digital technologies and the types of digital technologies that we're investing in, and kind of tie it back to the last question of having the right people, India helps us with a very significant talent pool in many of these areas. So not only does India continue to be one of the areas that we recruit and train talent, it also is one of the areas that we lead a lot of our innovative activities. So India is an essential part of the ongoing success for NTT Data. Thank you all.
Thank you, Eric. That was lovely to have you here to share your thoughts on the different levers and drivers of digital transformation. Now, let me take you on a unique journey with Nikhil Kamath, co-founder and CIO Zerodha. And may I please request him to come up on the stage and share his insights on the disrupting pricing model. Nikhil, over to you.
Yeah.
Nikhil, you're on stage. Please go ahead.
Sure. I thought we'll make this like an interactive Q&A like we discussed. A little bit about me. I started trading very early, co-founded Zerodha and TrueBeacon, worked primarily in the fintech and fintech related businesses. Let's make this session more about, Tanmay, you can ask me what you want to know and we can take it from there.
Sure, Nikhil. So probably I have a few questions for you and probably you can answer that. So one is I came to know, or we came to know that you had interests in chess and you were a chess player. So what transpired? So one is a sport which requires a lot of, obviously requires a lot of brain, a lot of, the thought to play and to come to an organization which is mostly into brokerages and in that sort of money-making business. So what transpired you towards Zerodha?
Firstly, brokerages are not necessarily money-making businesses. I think we've been an industry which has lost money for a long, long time. We've had a good 10 years now, but traditionally not the best business to make a lot of money. The parallels between chess and mathematics or money is not very high. Chess is more about being disciplined and following a system, working within a set of rules. If anything, the working within a system and being creative within is maybe one thing which transcends onto other facets of your work life.
Okay, okay. No, thank you. Now, traditionally, this business was majorly occupied by a lot of large specific banks, right? Now, what made you, I mean, probably you've taken them head on and done very well. So, what made you, I mean, look towards that aspect of the business?
We've been traders for a long time. I started trading when I was about 17. My co-founder and brother Nitin, he has been trading for a long time himself as well. When we started off and attempted to be a broker, it was never about disrupting what is going on. We wanted to build a product that we will use and we will like in an ecosystem where the incumbents had very opaque and heavy broking platforms. We built something for us to use personally, and along the way, organically, more people liked the platform and came on board.
Right, sure. Okay. Now, I think when you started, you arrived at a brokerage fee of rupee 20. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, yeah.
What made you arrive at that number of 20? It could have been anything from 19, 21. But why 20?
Well, hindsight is 2020. I mean, but I think there was not much reasoning. We realized that if a client is buying one share or a million shares, the work required on the broker's end is not significantly higher depending on how much volume a client might be buying. So we decided to have a flat fee of 20 rupees versus every other broker who had a percentage brokerage at that point. We could afford to do it, like I said, because on a technology platform, it does not matter if you buy one share or a million shares.
Right, right. I think another interesting question that I have is why the name Zerodha? I mean, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have to give credit for that to another person, an agency we had hired then. We always wanted to be the cheapest broker around. And he said we will use the word zero and rodha in Sanskrit, which means barriers, and we'll call it zero barriers.
Okay, okay, fantastic. No, thank you. Okay, probably now.
Are you a client then, Mike?
I am hoping to be now. I was having a discussion with my colleagues yesterday as to this sounds interesting. I should have a discussion, but I'll probably have that discussion with you offline. Yes. The other question that I have is now you have seen the market change. You have seen a lot of emerging technology coming in and transforming the entire industry across entire BFSI industry. Obviously, Zerodha being a part of it. Now, how have you seen that personally in case of Zerodha?
Yeah, it's constantly changing. In Zerodha, we have been very lucky. We found the right person at the right time. We have a guy called Kailash who heads up all of our technology. And the fact that we do not have external investors or we do not have to get a board approval for every product that we put out there makes us very agile. And hence, we kind of evolve faster than our competitors or our peers in our industry. And yeah, I think the ability to change is what in many ways defines the success of a new company today. And less people on your cap table, the faster you are.
Right, sure. Probably I just have the last question for you. And the last question is in this phase of pandemic, is there a certain trend that you've seen from your customer behavior perspective for all your customers?
Yeah, a lot more people have come in. I think the other asset class, typically in India, we put all our money in real estate. A middle class household in India would allocate as much as 70% of their wealth in real estate. Unfortunately, it hasn't done very well over the last 5 or 10 years. Residential yields are at about 1.5%, 2%, and bank fixed deposits have also plummeted during the same time. So people genuinely have run out of a place, a asset class, where they can allocate money hoping to earn 8, 10, 15% a year with a favorable tax policy as we have in India, because you only pay 10% income tax on stocks you hold for 12 months and above. So all of these factors, along with the time during the pandemic, have brought in a lot of new people. If you want me to throw some numbers your way, The average, we've gotten about 1 million new guys in the last 6 months. The average age has dropped to about 30. It used to be 32, 33 earlier. The average ticket size at which these people are coming in is about 80,000 rupees. In terms of the male and female demographic, we find about 16 to 20% participation from women and the balance being men.
Right. I think my colleague Harsh has a question. Harsh, would you want to go ahead?
Good evening, Nikhil. So I also use Zerodha for doing some of the trading in shares. I have one question before we end this session. Is you know that the Indian stock market is highly regulated, and there are also a lot of regulation hurdles. So how do you solve these regulation hurdles through technology?
Luckily, I think the regulator in our space, which is SEBI, has been very cognizant of these hurdles over the last few years. A lot of what they have done, especially in the last 12 months, has kind of like removed a lot of these hurdles. It's par for the course, and it's a long-term intention to change from the regulator is something that we need. But right now, I think that technology has helped, but I think the regulator is on the right path, and soon we will become hopefully as competitive as our peer markets in Southeast Asia.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Right. Thank you, Harsh. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you for coming at such a short notice and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you for having you at NASTech.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikhil. Moving on to our next session and talking about an exciting journey ahead. Now, making new technologies work for the society without causing many problems is, I think, the intention of not only individuals but organizations. So today we have Penny Richardson, Head of Digital Enablement, DevOps and Tooling, AP Moeller-Maersk, joining us to share her insights on how innovation can be sustainable and responsible in the long run. Penny, over to you.
Hello, my name is Penny Richardson, and I lead one of our digital enablement teams in Maersk Technology. Today I'm going to talk about reducing CO2 emissions from global shipping with IoT, data, AI, and people. Maersk is an integrated shipping and logistics company with a fleet of around 700 vessels, and over recent years has launched its ambition to become the global integrator of container logistics. This means being responsible for the container from the moment it's packed to the moment it reaches its destination. So why talk about reducing CO2 from shipping? Well, 80% of global trade is transported by container ship, and that industry is responsible for 2 to 3% of global CO2 emissions, which is on par with the airline industry. Maersk have set ambitious targets to produce the first zero-emission vessel by 2030 and have a CO2 neutral fleet by 2050. To do this, we are partnering with companies like Siemens and MAN on the technical side at the Maersk McKinney-Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. On the commercial side, we are partnering with the likes of Nike and Microsoft to look at how we can decarbonize the supply chains in the Transform to Net Zero initiative. But while it's imperative we look to the future, we also need to deal with how we operate now. So as we revolutionize, we also need to optimize. Here we see the relative reduction of CO2 emissions between 2008 and 2019 from our fleet. The way we measure that is by looking at the amount of CO2 it takes to measure one container, 1 nautical mile. And you can see we did a great job up to about 2013, but this is now leveled off. We have ambitious targets to get from around 42% where we are now to a reduction of around 60% by 2030. Two factors have helped us achieve this early progress. Firstly, bigger vessels, and secondly, slower steaming. The Maersk Triple E vessel, which is 400 meters in length, was the largest container vessel in the world when it was built. Triple E stands for energy efficiency, economy of scale, and environmental impact. And obviously, by fitting more containers onto a vessel, we can reduce the CO2 per container. By sailing slower, we can dramatically reduce CO2. On the chart, you can see the vessel consumption of a vessel, the fuel consumption of a vessel increases with speed. So the slower we can sail on average across the whole network, the more fuel we save and the less CO2 we emit. Next, we need to make our vessels not just bigger or slower, but smarter. Firstly, we need to reduce the resistance of the vessel in the water. And by knowing about how the vessel interacts with weather, waves, wind, and so on, we can design our vessels in a way to reduce the resistance in the water that the vessels face. Secondly, we can look at how we produce the power we need to propel the ship forward in the most efficient way. And it all really comes together in voyage planning and execution around how we are going to sail and route the vessel. At the heart of this is our Smart Vessels product we have built, focused on raw data collection and applying AI and deep learning techniques to extract value from that data. The first step is to collect the data, and Maersk has made a big commitment to invest in the technology on the vessels, the computing resources, and the IoT devices that are required to more accurately measure things like fuel consumption. Before we put our flow meters on the vessel, which measure the flow of oil, someone would have to go down to the engine rooms with a dipstick to measure the fuel consumption. To measure the fuel in the tank. Now we can measure the flow and reduce the consumption much more accurately. During the process of installing our IoT and data analytics products on around 240 vessels so far, we've had to configure around 31 different types of fuel systems, pack and unpack over 30,000 boxes of equipment, lay over 140 kilometers of cable, and over 250 tons of IT equipment was taken to 78 ports in 40 countries. This has allowed us to collect terabytes of data from our vessels. Now that we've collected the data, what next? Well, our captains on board the vessels are not like the robot you see here. Instead, they are real people, and at sea, captains have the ultimate authority. So we are not instructing captains, chief engineers, and master mariners what to do, but our objective is to help them augment their decisions with the insights we gather from the data we collect on the vessels. In developing AI-enabled software products, there are three things we are focusing on: the outcome for the user, the outcome for the business, and the technology that enables this. We are working to solve problems for users in ways that work for our business too, to make it easy to plan and execute the most safe, sailable, and CO2 efficient voyage the vessel is capable of. The ease part comes of making it easy for users to do this. And the business part is because safe and sailable voyages imply compliance with various regulations, such as environmental zones where you have to use the right sort of fuel. And of course, the technology part is the software and the AI we are providing for our Smart Vessels products. Now, I'd like to give an example of auxiliary engine advice our product provides. A container vessel can have several auxiliary engines used to produce electricity for the vessel for various uses, including refrigerated containers that use a lot of electricity. And we want to produce the electricity in the most efficient way. The chart here shows the fuel consumption as a function of the engine load, and the engines are designed to operate at certain loads. It becomes more efficient at higher loads, and each color here represents a different engine. In the past, one consumption data point was collected per day and captured in what was called a noon report, typically because it was sent at noon, sent via email or in an Excel spreadsheet where manual analysis was done, relying on users' experience to flag issues. Now, with the automatic collection of data, we are able to collect one data point every second, which we then aggregate every 10 minutes in order to limit the amount of data we transfer from ship to shore. We can use machine learning and optimization to give advice on the best combination of engines for a given power consumption. We can also perform predictive maintenance because by watching these fuel consumption curves as a function of time, we are able to flag problems. This means we get the most optimal use of the engines and can better plan the maintenance schedules, therefore limiting the travel required for specialist engineers to go out to the vessel and fix the engines. And to conclude, I'd like to point out that trust in our technology products is key here. We can't automate things yet, and human decisions are still needed in this environment. Our seafarers are only going to follow advice that they can trust. And to win their trust, we have to ensure they can be confident in the quality of the input data. We also have to give timely advice, as it's no use surfacing advice if it's not at a time that people can act upon it. From a product development perspective, we are finding user research and product design is critical. And although data scientists can learn these distinct skills, having experienced people in these areas to complement the data scientists in the product teams is the key to the success of a product like this. So this is an example of what we are doing with data science, IoT, and machine learning, and a great example of how innovation in technology can enable sustainable outcomes. I do hope you have enjoyed hearing about just some of the exciting and meaningful work we are doing in our technology teams here at Maersk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Penny. To launch the next solution at NASTech 2020, let me now invite Sinoj and Reshma from Safe Software over to the platform. It's all yours.
Hi. Hi, I'm Reshma and I'm Global Partnership Manager. Along with me, we have Sinoj, he's a Director of Business Enterprise Solutions. We are from Safe Software Integrated Solutions Private Limited. We are an ISO certified company with 20 years of experience. And we are very proud to launch a new product, Next Audit, a joyful auditing process.
Sure. Can I share my screen? Are you able to see my screen right now? Hello?
Sinoj, we cannot see your screen.
Are you able to share my screen?
No, we cannot see your screen yet, Sinoj.
Hello?
Sinoj, we cannot see your screen yet.
We cannot see your screen.
Yeah, I was not able to share my screen. Can you help me to share my screen? Yeah, it's not okay. It's not okay. Yeah, it should come. Yeah, let me tell. Can you help me to share my screen? Actually, that share screen is not enabled right now. Hello.
Sujit is not able to share the screen. It shows blank. Yeah, not able to write. Yeah.
Ghosh, right? All right. So we'll hold on the previous session and we'll be back to that. And until then, we'll move on to the next session. So now let's hear an inspirational story of an army waging a war against hunger. And to do that, let me invite Neil Ghosh, founder, Robin Hood Army and Partnership Google. Over to you, Neil.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and good morning, wherever you're joining from. Welcome to this session on innovation for good. We shall focus on sustainability and responsibility in innovation. And obviously, it is of extreme relevance in today's context, given the world that we are living in, given the challenges that we are all seeing. There is just so much related to disruption that we have seen in the last few years and especially in the last few months. So joining me, as you know, the two gentlemen, illustrious colleagues from the industry, Madhvesh and Muthu, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Great. So we'll get started. I'll just bring in the context of what's happening the way I'm seeing it, and then we'll dive into this discussion. Just coming from the back of COVID-19 and all that we are seeing in the world around us, what is clear is that in the last few years, especially the last, I think 3 to 5 years, the world has seen just so much related to climate change, natural disasters, disease, social and economic imbalance. All of that has really brought together that thought that there is just so much damage that we have caused to ourselves, and we need to have a more deliberate approach towards sustainable and responsible work. And if I were to just put this in perspective of what we have done to the earth in the last 50 years, the world has lost 1/4 of its topsoil, 1/3 of its ecological diversity, one third of its even forest cover. Now, in that context, there is something that is very interesting. The Earth Overshoot Day, whether you believe in the concept or not, it essentially measures by when you have run your resources for the year out. And August 22nd in this year is estimated to be Earth Overshoot Day. So beyond August 22nd, we are really consuming from the future. We are borrowing from the future. Given that that is the context, if I were to just switch over to India and look at the population pressure that we are in, the fact that there is so much to be done with regard to food security, the fact that agriculture is contributing to 17% of the world's population here in India, they have to be fed, and at the same time we are really developing it on just 2.4% of arable land. And if you were to just look at the consumption side of agriculture, 90% of the country's renewable water is really drawn by agriculture, 20% of electricity. It is, therefore, a world that really sounds like there are just so many pressure points. If you were to really think of whether there is a way of creating a sustainable and responsible way forward for the world, is there a North Star that we can really think about? And I look to our own, I belong to ITC Infotech, and we belong to the group, ITC group. And I see that there are learnings from the way that we have set our compass for ourselves. As an organization, we really synergized the economic, social, and ecological aspects For the last 14 years, we have managed to stay carbon positive. Last 17 years, we have been water positive. Last 12 years, we have been solid waste recycling positive. If you were to just look at the way we have supported sustainable livelihoods, 6 billion plus people around the country, with e-Chopal, which has been very visible for small landholding farmers. We've supported and empowered 4 million plus farmers. If you look at the way that even our luxury hotels are really at the top end of the thought process, being LEED Platinum certified, I believe that there is a way to really change our thinking. There's a way to really drive innovation for the future. Now, before diving into the discussion, something that we should keep in context is the fact that technology has been such a big driver of all that is changing for us. And that the same technology is available to not just the enterprises, but also the not-for-profits that are collaborating with everybody else in the ecosystem to make a positive change. At the same time, they struggle with limited funding, limited expertise. How do we really collaborate with these entities and create a virtuous ecosystem is something that is obviously extremely important for us. If I were to just take a leaf out of our own recent experiences, as ITC Infotech, we collaborated, for instance, in this COVID crisis with Johns Hopkins University in the US, one of the leading medical institutions, really bringing digital platforms and design thinking to how we can engage with citizens to really have traceability and predictive capability to say how is COVID really spreading across the states. Now, it's really bringing together modern technologies, modern understanding, business practices, and bringing that to bear on innovation for a current and immediate problem. So where I would leave this is, with the example, there's obviously citizen data that is relevant. There is a reason to rethink how we have looked at data itself in the past. There is that aspect of data security, privacy, and then again with AI, artificial intelligence being relevant, how do we really factor for biases? How do we really bring in more ethical behavior? So it is on that note that I would really lead to Madhvesh to say, how do you see, Madhvesh, from the lens that you wear? What are the opportunities that are really emerging around us? And when you think about innovation and in the context of sustainable and responsible innovation for good, what is your view of the opportunities?
Thank you, Paul. It was a wonderful context indeed. Let me start with a couple of anecdotes. A couple of years ago, I was talking to one of the leading cigarette manufacturing companies, not ITC, as a global company, Paul. Of course, ITC is also global, but I'm bringing that in a context. And as you know, the cigarette companies are looked at through a very different lens when it comes to their social responsibilities or the impact they have on humanity, etc. And the topic I was discussing with this leadership group from one of those companies was, how do we actually change that image? And few points which really stood out was about how do we really, one, use or apply technology to increase the sustainability of the communities they are associated with, and ensure that all these so-called negative effects associated with a cigarette manufacturing company, be it the tobacco fields which they have and the impact that has on the soil conditions, for example, or the impact of cigarette smoking on humans itself, or educating individuals about cigarette smoking. And then how do they ensure that the entire supply chain is managed in such an ethical manner, right? For each of these activities, how would you apply technology? And the biggest concern coming out from every one of them, and this is not the only company, right? And almost every leader you talk to, they're worried about, while there are many technology pieces which are available in the industry today, in the ecosystem today, but are they being applied to solve the problems, when it comes to sustainability or when it comes to being socially responsible? That's the biggest concern. On a different note, moving away from that topic, I was talking to a group of academicians last year, And one of the topics which we were talking about was, what is the half-life of technology? Today, the technology is evolving so fast that within 12 to 18 months, technology is becoming obsolete or it is becoming common, which means you come up with something new, within the next 12 to 18 months, it becomes common technology or it becomes obsolete. Now, this is the discussion about being responsible. This is the discussion about being sensitive to our ecosystem. But the question comes in again that if the technology is changing so rapidly, then the question comes back to us as to how are we applying that efficiently to solve the problems which we are associated with. And then continuing that discussion, everyone agreed that we are actually not applying the technology looking at it through a lens of humanity, which means we're not bringing in the human equation when it comes to applying technology. We're just looking at technology, we're just looking at the business purpose behind it. And the moment you remove the humanity lens, and the moment you stop looking at, are we happy using this technology? When I say happy, it is not just about the individuals, because the topic which we are talking about today actually relates to happiness of every individual on this earth. Not only individuals or humans, but even every life form on earth will be touched upon by this technology and the innovation which we are talking about. So the question was, are we then missing out on the issue of how do we really utilize this technology in an efficient way? How do we improve our lives in an efficient way? How do we improve the lives not just of humans, but every animal or every plant out there? Is there a way we can leverage this in a much more efficient way? So that's the question which we were ending up debating. And it is true today that we are coexisting with robots, and the number of robots today are probably invisible around us, but that's going to be visible very soon, right? Now, in this world, if we were to look at how do we apply technology and how do we look at the innovation and how do we look at the future of technology, again, the concerns will be, are we taking the right steps to follow the ethical standards which are required for us? Now, again, would you consider a robot a human being? That's a debatable question. Would you, give them equal rights? Well, that's a different question again. Now, when it comes to equal rights, whether it is for humans, whether it is for animals, whether it is for plants, and if you link it to the applying technology on top of it, it becomes a very difficult topic for us to pursue. Now, this is where the challenge which all of us have today is how we bring in the collective might of the entire industry, the technology industry, which is spending billions of dollars in innovation. And we ourselves invested in AIR Labs, Artificial Intelligence Research Labs, last year. And we want to focus on how do we actually look into the future of artificial intelligence rather than just the as-is application of artificial intelligence capabilities. And our objective was not just to bring in the technology focus, but how do we improve the happiness index of the individuals? How do we improve the happiness index across the organizations by leveraging technology? And that's the theme of RPG Group as well, which we belong to. And that has been the underlying foundation of our own innovation initiative within Sensar. And our initiative, we are calling it Living AI. When we talk about Living AI, it is not just about applying artificial intelligence or these technologies to ease our lives, but can we integrate, can we embed these technologies in such a way that we enrich the lives, all of us and everyone around us and the entire community. So that's the principle with which we started these initiatives. So Paul, let me hand it back to you. I hope that sets the context, and I'm sure we'll come back to discuss about what are the things which we can take up next.
Thank you so much, Madhvesh. Very interesting. And you speak about really the balance between the robots and humans and what should really drive our engagement between the two. Are there really norms and principles that we should adopt as a global practice? Obviously being subject of discussion and very relevant in the way that things are progressing. And you spoke about living AI, very interesting. And just going over to borrowing from what you spoke about, Madhvesh, let me ask Muthu, what are you seeing coming from the world of autonomous and driverless Obviously, robotics and all of that is highly relevant together with electric. There's a lot that automotive industry is doing with regard to sustainable and responsible behavior and innovation. What are you seeing as the opportunities, Muthu?
Sure, Paul, and thanks, Madhvesh, for quoting the example from a cigarette industry. But you should also come and ask the same question to auto industry, and auto industry plays a major role in creating a sustainable innovation. As you know, vehicle also smokes. So if you put it in a funny way, so as auto industry plays a major role in moving people, there's quite a lot of responsibility auto industry has, right, around energy consumption, greenhouse gas emission, carbon footprint, waste disposal, and water use. So everything that I think, Paul, you talked about, auto industry has a major role to play, right? Auto industries are no longer just expected to produce vehicles with high quality and great driving experience. They are also expected to improve fuel efficiency. They are expected to reduce environmental impact that gets caused by the vehicle, as well as the large manufacturing plants. And also they are supposed to produce ethical and safe vehicles when it comes to autonomous cars as well, right? Autonomous vehicle as well, right? And all this in the world of fully connected vehicles. So today our car is fully connected, and how do you given a fully connected experience to the end user, which is very safe and has a good use for the end customer, right? So there are a lot of these challenges that auto industry has to deal with and need to solve for it to have a sustainable innovation, right? So Ford itself, I'm coming from Ford, so let me talk about Ford's own commitment towards some of these problems, right? So in our 2020 sustainability report, which publicly published by Ford, we have committed that we will achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, which is a tall commitment, right? And how are we going to do that? So today, if you see, not just for Ford, for any auto company, there are three things that contributes for carbon footprint, right? One is the vehicle itself. Second is our supply base. The third is the company's facilities, the large manufacturing plants, right? So how Ford is trying to attack this problem? One is on vehicles. We are moving towards zero emissions, as you know, and we have recently released Mach-E, which is our fully electric vehicle, and we are going to put that in our end customer's hand by the end of this year. And then as early as last week, we announced Transit, which is our leading commercial vehicle, to be completely electrified. And then our superstar vehicle F-150 truck will become fully electric by the end of 2 years. So that's a commitment Ford is giving towards having a sustainable environment. And then we have also committed to make our plants 100% locally sourced renewable energy. The plants will run on 100% locally sourced renewable energy. So that's another commitment Ford is giving. And we have been working on reusing materials. One of the good example will be in 2019 we struck an agreement with McDonald's to use their coffee waste to create auto parts, right? So in all these three aspects around the supply parts and supply vehicle and our manufacturing facilities, we are looking at making the environment more sustainable by bringing technology and innovation around it, right? And then the point that you mentioned, Paul, the recent impact of COVID-19, right? Our culture truth is putting people first. One of our culture truth is putting people first, and we have done that quite well during our COVID-19 situation. So we quickly turned around and came up with an innovative idea of creating reusable isolation gowns from our airbag materials, so which is distributed to the frontline workers. And we also create a transparent full face mask. And then we worked with 3M, as you know, they are leading industry. So we work with them to create air purifying respirators. So all this, right, combining the technology that we have in auto along with the problem of COVID situation, we came up with this innovation which is good for sustainable environment. So to conclude, here is my view of the opportunity that exists in front of us, right? So if you take auto industry, it's no longer around just around the product. It's so much around what is inside the product and outside the product and the social impact the product has, right? So so we really need to solve everything around the product to make it more sustainable for end customer, right? So let me take an example. If you take EV vehicles, electric vehicles, today it takes average 30 minutes to charge any EV vehicle. I'm not talking about which brand, right? So any electrical vehicle, it takes 30 minutes to charge. Compare that with our internal combustion engine vehicle. It takes what, 5 to 10 minutes for you to fill the gas, right? Depending on the queue, right? So there is a large difference between um, moving towards electrical vehicle and the current internal combustion engine vehicle, right? So we need to do this catch up by creating sustainable innovation around these aspects, and technology can be used. And one example I like to quote how technology can be used in this scenario is like the AML and all those algorithms can actually simulate what is the best combination for an improved battery material, right? So we can do that simulation in the lab rather than trying all those combination in the production itself. And I recently read in a research paper from McKinsey which says that a lot of these auto majors have started using quantum computing to run this simulation, which is going to give a better battery material, which will improve the charging time or improve the availability of this battery for us to have zero emission cars, right? Vehicles, right? So my conclusion is there is a lot to solve, and there is a lot of commitment from a lot of auto majors, but technology can play a major role in supporting the auto industry to catch up with those sustainability goals. That's my view, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you. I think thanks very much, Muthu. What you just shared about the fact that there are these alternative materials which you have used in such powerful ways, and I can't get over the fact that I could be driving on McDonald's coffee cups, right? So
Yeah.
that is what the part is made of. It's incredible, right? And then what you just spoke about, the reuse of airbag material as well. And really in our technology world, I think in the software world, clearly the fact that AI, ML and high performance compute really come together to make it all possible. Else if we were to go through the long cycles of discovery and then fine tuning to get to the bottom of it would have taken us years as compared to what you can achieve in possibly a few days, right? So that I think was a great point, Muthu. Thanks for that. And before we just look at the future and the approach that we should take, if I can just, Madhavesh, if I can just get some guidance from how you think of this. You spoke about the impact on humanity, and the question that really comes to my mind is about who bears the cost of sustainable practices. So what is your approach to looking at it, Madhavesh?
That's a very pertinent and a very tricky question, Paul, honestly. Because today when we talk about innovation, and I talked about the focus on business aspect of innovation so far. So every one of us is looking at what's the business outcome. Of course, we are in the business, so we will be doing that. There's nothing wrong about it. But then I think there is a need for us to look at how do we create an ecosystem. When I say ecosystem, how do we partner across the industries to ensure that we are, one, leveraging the innovation initiatives across multiple layers coming together so that we can benefit from that in a much more effective way. Because if every one of us is working on a new focus area, and every one of us is spending money and investments in the research areas, and then we are ignoring the the impact of that on the society, and neither are we focused on how do we apply these technology innovations to the benefits of the society, or how do we make our ecosystem or the environment around us a much better place to live in. It becomes a challenge. So the best way to look at is, can we create these consortiums, which will probably consist of representative groups or enterprises coming together for the social cause. And this, in my view, will have to be driven by certain industry forums. And even NASCOM can definitely be one of the enablers, if you ask me, to bring in companies with a similar outlook or a similar thought process to look at how do we collaborate, how do we work together in driving innovation or applying innovation for social causes. I think there is a need for someone to, wear that hat. And I don't think we can leave that to the governments, because governments have their own challenges, and I don't think it will be an appropriate initiative for a government to look at, or even a consortium of governments to look at. It is best driven by an independent body of the industries, pooling in the capabilities of multiple enterprises coming together, and then look at how do we apply it for solving the problems, right? Even for simple things like we even during the COVID times, which we made references to, how do we even reach out to people who needed food? How do we ensure that we are actually reaching now, right, when it comes to vaccines or medicines? How do we ensure that we are reaching the right individuals or the needy individuals? And this is where the technology can play a key role. And there have been a number of experiments which have been done in this area, but all in pockets. But is there a common pool we can create and then leverage it for the benefit of the society? In my view, the answer is yes, we can. But I think it's just a question of how do we bring these minds together? How do we bring these investments together and capabilities together? I think that's what I would like to leave on the table for.
Very nice. Thank you, Madhvesh, for that. And I intentionally came to you for this question because I think we operate, you and I, we operate in the software services world. I think our perspective will be a little different from how Muthu will see it being part of the execution engine in the automotive industry, where I think the cost of sustainability really has to be seen a little differently. Muthu, do you want to weigh in on that subject before we look ahead to the future?
Yeah, so as Madhvesh rightly said, it's a combined responsibility, right? I don't think the government regulations alone can drive this, but along with government regulations, some individual bodies and agreements between the countries have to drive this to bring a collective responsibility and collective accountability among all of us. So that will help to drive a sustainable and responsible innovation, in my view. So I completely agree with Madhvesh on that.
Great, thanks, Muthu. So let me just stay with you, Muthu, for the moment. So how do you see the future? So what is your recommendation for the approach to be taken when we think about certain guidelines or principles that we should adopt for the future? When we think about innovation for good, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so very great. I mean, this definitely a good leading question from the topic we just talked about, right? So this is my personal view, Paul, right? So as Madhvesh indicated earlier, irrespective of the industry, technology is going in a phenomenal speed, right? It's like overnight technologies are coming up, and I usually use Gartner hype cycle for emerging technology to figure how technology are getting matured and what technology are coming, right? And if you see that continuously for last 4 or 5 years, the focus is on finding new emerging technologies, and there is no limit to it. We are coming up with several emerging technology, but then the use cases to adapt those technologies or the innovation around these technologies comes after that. Once you probably little matured with the technology, that's when the innovation happens and the use cases emerge from the technology. But then the question is, how many of those innovations or responsible and sustainable? Does it focus on safe and ethical customer experience? We don't know, right? So we just open the gate once you establish the technology, and it left to every industry or every individual users to go and use this technology and come up with an innovation which sometime maybe or may not be sustainable or responsible. So that's a challenge I see, which we need to change in terms of how we are going to approach in future. And then my suggestion would be to set a goal around how do we create a responsible and sustainable environment, right? And going back to what Madhve shared, be it government regulations, which may or may not work, or agreement between countries. For example, the Paris Agreement on climate changes is a good example of having countries come together and agree on how they are going to drive technology, how they are going to drive their country to achieve the carbon, removing carbon footprint, right? So things like that, and there should be a strong governance run by an individual body to make sure that the technology growth and the innovation focuses on achieving the goal around responsible and sustainable environment. So if you don't do that, this innovation and the technology growth can go in all direction, and there is no way we can actually predict or know that how many of them are going to create in a safe and sustainable environment for the world and for the humanity, right? So we should have a collective enforcement or an environment where this can be structured, right? So let me take an example from auto industry, right? So and let's take autonomous vehicle. An autonomous vehicle today, any autonomous vehicle runs on AML, DL technologies, and it uses LiDAR and sensor technologies. We all know about that, right? And today autonomous vehicles are between level 3 and level 4, right? So what this level 3 and level 4 means, most of you would know this. Level 3 and level 4 means there is some sort of a human dependency for the vehicle to move. It's not completely automated, right? But level 5 is going to be completely automatic, meaning no human dependency for the vehicle to run, and in fact it might not even have a steering wheel, right? So in that situation, let's for just for hypothetically, let's take, what if the vehicle takes a wrong turn, or what if the vehicle runs over on somebody? If you take a worst case, right? How do you explain it? How do you explain it? We have so many technology around this car, AML, DL, LiDAR, and sensor. But how do you explain the mistake made by the machine or the algorithm behind it, right? And we all know that explainable AI is something that coming up as a matured this thing, but it is so far behind. But then if you look at from the aspect of ethical eyes or a sustainable innovation, is this technology matured enough to be allowed to have a safe end user environment? That's a question every auto industry is asking. That's why you are not yet seeing the level 5 vehicles on the road, right? So these kind of problem needs to be approached within a collective mindset, thinking about all aspects, thinking about all ethical views, and all environmental view, social impact view, and then figure out is the technology is right, matured enough to create this kind of end user experience, or the vehicles like autonomous vehicle, right? For associating with the example I talked about. So for me, going back to the point I made earlier, is the approach for future should be there should be in a collective enforcement or an agreement or an environment where we should have a goal around responsible and sustainable environment, and the innovations around the technologies that are coming up should try to achieve those goals around sustainable and responsible environment. That's the way I see we can make good progress in terms of keeping ourselves with responsible and sustainable innovation around the world. Yeah, that's my view, Paul. Back to you.
Very thoughtful comments there, Muthu, and I think goes back in some ways to what even Madhvesh was referring to with regard to robotics and what really governs use of all the bots and the robots that we are dealing with today, right? And explainability and who's really accountable finally, right? When there is a mishap, how do you really trace anything back? That's a big challenge. And what you spoke about actually is extremely powerful in the sense that you're talking about really the use case running ahead of the technology itself. So you've created a concept and suddenly you're creating new uses of that without really being sure of the implications or the runaway damage that one could cause. And I think something that we have seen in the case of, for instance, voice is there for all of us. So we all love to play around with Alexa and Google Home and whatever else, and Siri and so on. But the fact is that to just perfect that, there is so much of possibly private conversation which is not being entirely private, right? So there are all kinds of challenges that really need to be looked into. So if I may just refer to Madhvesh for your comments on this subject, I think that'll round off this very powerful conversation.
Certainly, Paul. Thank you. And I'm conscious of the time indeed, but Muthu, you summarized it very well and you articulated it very well. So really, it was good, really good to listen to you on those points. I'll focus on only two elements, Paul. One, I think it's important for us to look at how do we take this innovation to grassroots level. When I say grassroots, it's not just the property of the technology companies or a large enterprise, right? How do we make this available to common men or common women to ensure that we are actually applying this technology to solve day-to-day problems? And I think that's when we are able to do that, we'll actually achieve better results, when it comes to sustainability and innovation. But of course, it's not as easy as I talk about it, because going back to the point you made about the cost of innovation, because if you do not come up with technology solutions which are cost effective for everyone to make use of it and then apply that technology for solving a real problem, it becomes very difficult. It remains a mirage, right? It's very difficult for leveraging technology to solve those problems. I think as an industry, we need to really look at how do we bring this technology down to earth and how do we ensure that it is cost effective. And remember that the technology itself is changing so rapidly. So you need to ensure that that cost effectiveness remains so on a continuous basis. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for all of us. Honestly, I don't think we have all the solutions for this, but I think we'll probably have to put all our might together to think about possible solutions for these challenges which we have. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much. Wonderful conversation, extremely energizing. The way I look at the substance of what we discussed is really that you had a message of both hope and it was also a call for purposeful action. So very, very impactful. There was focus on holistic human well-being in the thought process of sustainability and responsibility. You spoke about really codifying ethical behavior, sustainable and responsible behavior. And we spoke about really some of the amazing use cases that are coming out from the use of modern technologies that we are seeing. And obviously, you spoke about quantum as well, which will possibly accelerate all of that. We spoke about really discoveries around reuse of materials. So material science obviously depends on high performance compute. So extremely energizing. Thank you very much for this wonderful, holistic, all-rounded conversation. And I'm sure what we leave behind are some great thoughts for everyone to learn from. Thank you again, Madhvesh. Very, very powerful work that I'm sure is really driving this thought process from Zen Labs, that wonderful background that you have. And also very, very nice to hear the perspective from auto industry and your work at the cutting edge of technology and innovation in that space. Wonderful having you and sharing this platform with you. Great. Good evening to you and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks. Very nice discussion. I really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot, Paul. Thanks, Madhvesh.
Thank you.
Hi, am I on stage? Hi, guys. Am I on stage?
Sure. Tanmay, you're on stage. Who's the next speaker?
Oh, sure. Sorry. Thank you, guys. You just heard from Devjyoti Paul, President, Digital Experience, ITC Infotech, Madhavesh Kulkarni, Senior Vice President and Global Head of Practices, Zensa Technologies, Muthukumar Nagarajan, General Manager, IT Ford Technology Services, India, on innovation for good, responsible, and sustainable innovation. Thank you to all our panel members. Quite a fantastic discussion. Moving on, now let's hear a very inspirational story of an army waging a war against hunger. And to do that, let me invite Neil Ghosh, founder Robinhood Army and Partnerships Google. Neil, over to you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. I think the topic of today is going to be describing our passion project, something called the Robinhood Army. But before I get into that, I just want to give a quick caveat that unlike a lot of super erudite speakers who've come today in NASCOM, I am just a 32-year-old. I live in Delhi. I work in Google Pay. I love cricket. I do all these normal things. And I think the reason behind saying this is that every single person in the Robinhood Army is like that. You know, like there are housewives, there are doctors, there are senior citizens, there are students. And the key point is every single person does this in their free time. What do we do in our free time? I'll probably start with a quick video, and then I'll go into explaining as to like how we go about it. So I'm just quickly sharing my screen here. And yeah, here you go.
Dream of a world where peace is king and all good things are in supply. Reaching to the heavens, hands up high, I do my best to grasp the sky. When we can change the world, we can change the world. We can change the course within a single generation. Standing up for freedom, spreading hope, patience, and nation. We can change the world. We can change the world. It doesn't have to be the way it is or how it's been. Instead of looking how we get to turn and look within. We can change the world.
So that's a bit about my family, which is called the Robin Hood Army. Now a bit about like how we started, how this happened. Again, unlike a lot of other organizations in this who've come in NASCOM, this has not been a completely thought out process. Like we've kind of like seen a situation and we've reacted on it, and over the last 6 years we've kind of built it out. How does that work? I'm going to quickly share my deck again, and here you go. Yeah. So this happened honestly in August 2014. I was living in Lisbon, actually, in Portugal, and I worked in Zomato, and my job there was setting up our international markets. So when we were doing that, we realized that a lot of the partnerships we did was with local organizations. And there was this organization called ReFood, which basically collects surplus food from restaurants and gives it to the less fortunate. Now, I just love the idea, and I thought this is just very, very, very seemingly obvious. And honestly, till then, I'd done nothing altruistic in my life. But I came back to India, and I got in touch with my friends Anand and Arushi, and we decided to start something in a small scale back in Delhi. Now, what does the Robin Hood Army do? It's simple. It's a zero funds organization. We collect surplus food from restaurants and communities, and we give it to the less fortunate. When we started, this was in August 2014, we realized that like the problem is always much larger than the solution we're giving. So I think in India alone, there are 194 million people who don't have 2 square meals a day. And even that first day when we went to Hoskas of the flyover in Delhi, we realized that like the number of meals we had was not even close to like the number of people who needed it. And so that's when we realized that like, you know, we can think of it as a passion project, we can think of it as a weekend project, but to truly make a difference, we need to adopt the growth principles we do in our regular work lives or in startup world. And this is kind of like a kind of roadmap of the Robin Hood Army over the years. So we started in 2014-15. Back then, we launched in 8 cities. This was through a bunch of my ex-colleagues and like student friends who actually took it to different cities. Then we got into like, we started spreading the word through social media. We started spreading the word, like the press was very, very supportive, and we started taking it to more and more cities, more and more countries. How does this happen? You know, how does it grow? How does this whole thing work? So basically think of it as a hyper-local initiative. So let's say in a Bombay will be split up into 32 different neighborhood chapters. So let's say in a Chembur, the food will come from restaurants in Chembur, the volunteers will be residents in Chembur, and the less fortunate will be homeless people, orphanages, and old age homes around Chembur. Now look, it's super simple. Everyone does this in their free time. There's no money involved. So the only rule is that there's no money involved. So we've scaled very, very fast. We've used a lot of our growth principles from like my life back in Zomato, where we've expanded into like 13 different countries, 182 cities. We have a dedicated expansion team, which is just on phone calls, talking to people in different parts of the world where hunger is an issue, explaining them how to set up the Robin Hood Army chapter. So these are like some moments in different parts of the world. Again, the key part is every single person doing this in their free time. There's no money involved. And that's something which like is a very, very big part of our culture. And I think it comes back to like, how do we do this without funds? And how do we take it? So social media. So we spread our word on social media. Robin's wearing green t-shirts in their free time, going out and giving the food. Then there are different features, like there was a time when Farhan Akhtar partnered with us. We've been featured in like the press and Amar Chitrakatha, but because it's civic society coming together in their free time, it is something which is always in the news. So the whole zero funds bit was something which was earlier model, now it's almost highly strategic. And again, that what happens is the Robins have very high levels of ownership. For them, they think of it as their own baby, which is why they put their heart and soul into it, because no one's making a buck. All our communication happens on WhatsApp. So literally, this is what my WhatsApp looks like at any point, and we almost gamify it. So if you see the center screen, it's basically a leaderboard of the number of people we've served in any given week. And that's shared across all the different Robin Hood Army chapters across the world. And again, I keep coming back to this, like, the whole point of the Robin Hood Army is it's not a mobilization platform. It's not like I take food from point A to point B. It's getting to know the people we serve. It's understanding their lives. It's making them laugh. It's having a conversation with them. It's serving them with dignity. It's the way if you had a meal with, let's say, a friend of yours, you get to know them. That's what we do. And again, who are these people? Like, who are these, like, people who take out time? Regular people like you and me. So there's Umaji who leads Hyderabad. She's an interior designer. There's Muskan who leads our team in Uganda. When she started it, she was 16 years old. And there's Rati Uncle in Pune, and he does a food drive almost every single night of the year. So these are these really, really, really inspiring everyday people who've come under this umbrella of the Robin Hood Army, and they try to do really, really good work. And the idea is, how do we use food as a platform to bring out the best of humanity? Like, again, as I said, it's not about just giving meals. It's about having conversations. It's about getting to know people. It's about really trying to figure out how do you make a difference to their lives. So we have something called the Robin Hood Academy, where it's basically like a bridge program where we teach children who we serve food, and we enroll them into local schools. So now across 84 cities, we teach 7,300 kids, out of which 1,700 of them have gone to school for the first time. We've done some really, really fascinating projects. Right, this is an Independence Day where we kind of like join forces with the Robin Hood Army in Pakistan, and we serve north of 1 million people across those 2 days of 14th and 15th in August. And this is my favorite bit, like, it's not about just the food, it's about humanity. Like, yes, we serve like millions of meals, but the idea is we get to know the people we serve. So let's say this example, there's a doctor who's a Robin, and Dr. Sanavne, and he basically lives in Pune, and he realized that a lot of people he was serving food to didn't have had failing eyesight. They were senior citizens, and so he got cataract surgeries done, out of which like a lot of them improved their eyesight. Some people actually got their eyesight back. So that's the way, like, we're like, how do you spread smiles through the act of giving food? And yes, like, this is something which is also a Harvard case study. It's not something which is a milestone, but for us, like, it's a credibility thing which helps us get many more partners on board into our mission. This is taught in the business school. And I think the only promise is that we'll do this with no funds. And this is some really fascinating slide. It's basically our balance sheet. And again, it's very different from any other tech balance sheet, any other financial balance sheet. On the debit side, because there's no money, everything is 0, 0, 0. But last year alone, we launched in 56 cities. We served 16.5 million people meals, and we admitted 896 kids into school. But the whole underlying piece is what we call 1% done. And the idea is that, like, even if we serve at this scale, we're barely scratching the surface of what we do. And I think the big takeaway here is that, like, we might have our professional lives, we might have everything we do, but we're as ambitious about giving back, because that's the basic cornerstone of the Robin Hood Army. So I'll pause right now. That's quite a lot to pack into 10 minutes, but hope this was something which you'll enjoyed.
Hi, Neil. Thank you for sharing. Such an inspirational journey with all of us here. I am here to share a few questions on behalf of audience, and if you can just answer them for us. So the first question that the audience is asking is, what was that trigger point for you to come out with this concept of Robin Hood Army, and can you just share some lights on that?
So I think, again, it's not an original concept, it's a borrowed idea. It's something which happens in Portugal. And we saw the idea, we just thought it made sense. I think more than anything, the scale of the problem. Hunger is something which is not very vogue in the press. You know why? Because it's not going to happen to you or me ever in our lives. COVID can happen, terrorism can happen. So these are topics which are very widely discussed. But I think when we started serving meals, we just realized what is the scale of the problem. And that's when we realized that, like, look, this is something which, like, unless we scale disruptively, unless we think of it like a tech startup, unless we think of it like any other growth stage organization, we're not going to really make a difference. So I think, like, the awareness of, like, how deep the problem is what really motivated us to scale. And even right now, it's the kind of thing where while there's a lot of like praise, while there's a lot of like we get a lot of like support for what we do, we're still barely scratching the surface. And I think we have to keep thinking about how do we use tech and processes disruptively to take it to another level.
Sure. Thank you. The second question that I have is, why the name Robin Hood?
Yeah, we get that a lot. It's like at one point, so we're not really stealing, and at least we promise not to do so.
Yeah.
But I think the way we think about it is that at least when we started, a lot of us are folks who have regular jobs. Like we're relatively more privileged. Like with our education or anything we've got. So the idea is like, how do you use those networks? How do you use that education? How do you use those resources you have in your day-to-day life to serve people who need it the most? So it's kind of like taking time from the rich or taking time from the privileged and giving to the poor. But now, honestly, the Robin Hood Army is like in every walk of life. Like we have folks who come from not so privileged backgrounds, and we realize that giving is nothing to do with privilege. It's just a way of life. And I think, especially in a place like ours, which has so many inequalities, my hope is it's something where, like at this point, we have 60,000 Robins, and we serve around 1.4 million meals to date. My hope is that that number goes to like hundreds of thousands of Robins, and like a point where like our country and our society does not really have hunger as a problem.
Sure. I hope that is what happens. That leads me to my third question. Any real life instance or any instance that you've seen in your journey with Robin Hood Army, which probably has stuck with you, which probably you can just remember and share that?
I'll actually go back to sharing my screen. It's actually like a very, very, very emotional thing which I just saw and I remembered. So let me go back to the deck. And you can see my screen, right, Tanmay?
Yes.
So here there were different like scattered examples of like what does it mean like bringing out the best humanity. So like if you look at the left side, right? So I'll zoom in so that you can see it a bit better. So this gentleman here, his name is Lakshman Bhai, right? And he lives in Ahmedabad. He was slightly mentally challenged, and he lived in a wheelchair, which was like when we went and served him, like he was in a very disabled case. Now the Ahmedabad Rob is like the convenient thing to do. Like they were serving one day at 1:30 a.m. after a wedding. The convenient thing to do is leave the food with him and walk away. But these guys, they saw the condition he was in, so they went back home. They picked up all these cleaning materials. They made sure that he was completely like they gave him like they brushed his hair, they shaved him, they brushed his teeth, they gave him also a head massage, and then they made sure that he had clothes and food for the next 3 months, right? And if you see his expression here, and if you see his Lakshman Bhai's expression here, for us, honestly, that's the incentive, that's our motivation, that's why we do what we do. And the idea is like, let's make every single experience of serving someone a Lakshman Bhai incident, right? And I think that's something which happened like 4 to 5 years back. It's always stayed with us. And it's something where we like every time we go serve, we're like, okay, how do we really just spread smiles and how do we make life slightly easier? And food is kind of a byproduct which we'll serve and like make sure that they have like no hungry stomachs.
Sure. Probably just quick 2 questions. One is, how can one join Robin Hood Army?
So it's really simple. So we have a website, robinhoodarmy.com. So you just go to the join now page. We're in 150 cities across India. So you just find your local city. You click on sign up and you'll be automatically directed to the local WhatsApp group. It's as simple as that. Again, in terms of a commitment, we need just like 3 hours of your week. So it's not like no one's too busy for that. Even us, like we do it with our full-time jobs, our careers, we probably put in like 10 hours a week or something. But the idea is that like with that, you can basically make a fundamental difference to the people around us. And it's something which I hope to see you guys as part of the Robin Hood Army family.
Sure, nice. Sure. No, I mean, all across these past few days, and I was a witness to it. We also witnessed floods in Hyderabad, and there were heavy rains for some time. So we also saw a lot of, along with a lot of other, NGO volunteering organizations, Robin Hood Army was also amongst them and helping people with food and whatever they required.
Right.
So thank you for doing that.
Right.
Probably just one quick message before you leave for all the people who want to follow your path.
No, I think I'll take the thank you, but I also want to reiterate that I'm the mouthpiece of the organization. Like it's the incredible work of thousands and thousands of people, and I just like get lucky to like represent it in platforms like this. I think the one message would be that like probably like again, this is a business conference, there's a tech conference, but I think our realization is like we were really focused on our careers. We're really focused on building out what we do. We still are, but I think like the request, and it's not really advice, would be like just change the definition of what success might be in your head. Like success could be like really thriving and building an amazing company. It could be like really having a great family life, but also like things that you see around us which need to be fixed. We can be as ambitious about fixing that. So I think success comes under that, and we are fortunate to have access to a lot of tech. We are fortunate to have access to like world-class teams. We should use that to make a difference to like all the things we see around us. That would probably be my only note.
Sure. Thank you, Neil. It was a pleasure to share those questions with you and hear your viewpoint. Thank you again for coming to NASTech and sharing your views. I hope we could use this platform to amplify your message, and you get a lot more people to join in and work together with you. Thank you again for coming.
Absolutely, really appreciate it. Thank you, and have a great day. Yeah.
Bye. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Neil there, Mr. Neil Ghosh, the founder of Robinhood. Now, moving on, because of the technical glitch which we missed, inviting Safe Express, Sinoj from Safe Express Private Limited, to launch his product onto the NASTech platform. Sinoj, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, the NASCOM team, for providing this opportunity. Myself, Sinoj, I'm taking care of enterprise business. I'm Director, Enterprise Business Solutions. So I'm representing a company called Safe Software Integrated Solutions Private Limited. We are in the IT field for last two decades. We are predominantly into banking and financial products. So today we are going to introduce a product called Next Audit, which is an audit platform for all type of industries. So this Next Audit platform will help the auditors, will help the organizations who do the audit, who do the audits through the technological thing. So, Wham, can you move to the next slide? So this next audit will help you to convert the traditional audit to a technological audit. That means the entire process of audit can be automated, and from the scratch to the end, generating the report, everything can be automated through this next audit module. Next. Next slide, please. So it automates the entire process of audit. That is, it can define the audit criteria. It can define the different type of checklists. We can plan an audit. We can schedule the audit. We can prepare the audit. We can execute the audit, track audit findings. We can ensure the audit action plans and findings, and follow-up audits also can be made through this system. And we can check the platform effectiveness and the closure. So the entire process, these are the process which can be automated through our next audit module. So next slide, please. So the major modules which I mentioned earlier, just like I mentioned earlier, we have a checklist library where we can create our own templates for the audits. We have an audit planning module. We have a audit schedule module. We can audit execution module. We have the track of all the audit observations, follow-up and closures, audit, and we can generate the audit trials and notification and alerts. These are the major modules which are available in the next audit. So next slide, please. So next slide, please. We can move forward. So as I mentioned earlier, this audit product can be implemented in any type of organizations, which includes process audits, financial audits, manufacturing audits, product audits, safety audits, system audits, compliance audits, external audits, or internal audits, or you can define your own audit templates, and we can do the audits. So next, please. Next slide, please, ma'am. So on planning and schedule, you can define the scope of audit. You can define the type of audit. You can generate different type of templates, or you can create. You can choose from a template from that. You can define the audit team. You can assign the location-wise audit team. You can schedule the audits. And the one of the major beauties, it supports online and offline audits also. Next slide, please. as I mentioned, it supports online and offline, so you can input the data directly to the application. We have the mobile app for that, or you can import if you have an Excel format or something in that template. You can upload the data. Also, that facility is also there, and it also notifies the observations, findings, and corrective actions which have made during the audit can also be tracked. Next slide, please. And all the observations which are made on the during the audit, whether it can be a non-conformance order or better practices, or it will be recorded and it will be tracked till its completion. So auto assigning and notification to staffs will automatically done. It generates the email and other form of notifications automatically. Next slide, please. And we have a review and follow-up mechanism where the auditors can review the process and each what happens to their findings on all observations and findings, and they can define their own workflow to address that options also. Next slide, please. And it supports the corrective and preventive action plans too. We have an auto launch. It will be automatically launched where a corrective or preventive action is required. The system will help you to define that one also. Next slide, please. So it generates the entire audit reports. Our system can be, it supports customized dashboards where, according to the users, we can customize the dashboard and they can view their audit status at any point of time. So we have a lot of reports which help the auditors to monitor the entire audit process. Next slide, please. So the major advantages: it's a user-friendly design, standard audit evaluation for evaluation tools are there, and it comes with an affordable price. It supports all the global applications and extensively, and it's a cloud-based application. And we are providing free trials, and we have visual statistics also. Next slide, please. So it's a user-friendly design. I'm not going through this one. Next slide, please. Standardized audit and evaluation tools. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next. So these are the points. So I'm not mentioning the each and every point. So next. The major benefits are: it enhances the productivity, it satisfies the regulatory requirements, it understanding where a mistake has been made, following a change in the performance and pinpoint where it started, helping to improve your business by understanding what works, finding a particular problem and putting on end to end. So these are the benefits which can be enjoyed with the help of our next audit tool. So next, please. So as I mentioned earlier, the next audit, which will help the audit, which help the organizations to conduct the audits, which it can be any form of audit. It can be an internal audit, it can be an external audit. So it supports all type of audits. Okay, thank you. And once again, I thank NASCOM team for giving this opportunity. And for any other queries, please.
Thank you, Sinoj. All the best with your product and hope to see it amplify across. Now, moving on to our very last, I would not say a session, an act. And just to tickle our funny bones, we have somebody. Hey, what are you guys doing here? I didn't. Everybody should come on the stage, right?
Hey, Harsh.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, so let me just call it out. Today we have amongst us a very talented stand-up comedian who's one of the popular faces of the thriving Indian stand-up industry. He's famous for his digs on marriages, middle-class behavior, and many more things. He has performed in a number of colleges and organizations across India and internationally as well. So please join me in welcoming on stage with a huge round of virtual applause, Abhijit Ganguly.
Hey, Abhijit.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Hi, guys. Hi. Great to be here. Good to be here. To all the viewers, yes, I'm part of the entertainment tonight. It was me or two belly dancers from Lebanon. NASCOM chose me. So yeah, okay. An amazing choice. I love the fact that we have the NASCOM team as a virtual audience, with me right now, because they're looking so relieved. कि चलो 2 दिन का ही खत्म हुआ. I'm pretty sure they're just going to be celebrating after this. This has a very beti ka shadi feel. But thanks to the world, it is the way it is. Because I mean, earlier, I remember the time, earlier for shows, we used to dress up, wear everything and then go for shows. As opposed to right now, basically performing to people who I'm pretty sure are just wearing boxers below. Like, there's nobody who's not wearing boxers. Like, the things that I've faced in online shows, oh my God. Like, I've heard baby crying. I've heard domestic fights between husband and wife. I've heard dogs barking. Best of all, एक बार तो bathroom में लेके चला गया था. Audience person had taken his phone to the bathroom, and I'm like, sir, video तो off कर दो. And they're like, अरे ऊपर कहीं तो दिख रहा है. So it's great to be here. Little about myself. As some of you might have guessed from my name, I'm Bengali. I hear NASCOM is not a Bengali. Any Bengalis amongst you guys? Yeah? Yes? Of course. Well, I actually thought that most of you are hardworking, so I was not expecting many. I'm allowed to crack that joke. But being a Bengali, I feel like standing up for Bengalis, And sometime that really cheesed me off. I'm talking about this song, Bhag Bhag DK Bose. I really felt bad about that song. I think that song shows us Bengalis in such a wrong light. No, I don't have any problem with profanity. I'm absolutely fine with DK Bose. I have a problem with the word that comes before it. Bhag. We Bengalis are laid-back creatures. We don't run. Running doesn't work for us Bengalis. Think about all the famous Bengalis. Rabindranath Tagore, famous writer, famous poet. Did he run? No. Bappi Lahiri owns half the gold in the world. Does he run? No. Saurav Ganguly, cricketer, he should have been running. वो भी run out ही होता था. Bengalis don't run. Just think about it. What did Rabindranath Tagore even think about us Bengalis? Did he say Akla bhago re? Did he say Akla daudo re? He said Akla chalo re, because we Bengalis don't run. It doesn't work for us. But I'm not just any Bengali. I'm a Bengali who was raised in Delhi. And Delhi, as some of you might be aware, if you're raised in Delhi, irrespective of where you're originally from, you are Punjabi. वो peer pressure से पंजाबी बना देते हैं. लेकिन Punjabiness level of 0 to burra, I'm at मैंने की फर्क पहनता है. Because growing up in Delhi, I have a lot of Punjabi friends, and so many of my Punjabi friends say the weirdest thing. Like on Durga Puja, every single Durga Puja, I have some Punjabi friend who comes up to me and goes like, "यार, वो Durga Puja में साथ ले चलियो, तुम्हारा वो उल्लू उल्लू होता है ना, बड़ा मजा आता है." And Punjabis have completely spoiled the whole Durga Puja experience for us Bengalis. Because for us Bengalis, Durga Puja used to be about cheap non-vegetarian food. The keyword being cheap. For Punjabis, the keyword was non-vegetarian. So, सारे पंजाबी लोग आने लगे, which just completely upset the market prices. Now a poor Bengali chap who has bought mutton chop all his life for 10 rupees has to go to a Durga Puja pandal and go like, "What? 50 rupees?" Whereas Sardarji from Piche is going, "Chha pakar chha." वो खेती कर यार, वो उल्लू शो रहने वाला है. Punjabis have even changed the way North India travels. Like North Indian tourist spots, for instance. North Indian tourist spots have a simple logic. They are good as long as Punjabis haven't started going there. Like McLeodganj used to be a nice place. Buddhist monasteries, they were something for recreation, something for everybody. फिर सारे पंजाबी लोग जा रहे थे किस्तों में. चलो नसी जिथे जाओगे गड्डी मोड़ेंगे. वहां के लोग नहीं बोल रहे थे गड्डी मत मोड़ो, खाइए वहां पे, क्या कर रहे हैं यार. Now a poor Buddhist monk is waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning कि यार meditation करूंगा. And suddenly तेरे पे 42 को कौन सुन रहा है बे? पंजाबी की पिछले रात की पार्टी अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुई है. Look at the number of Punjabi party songs. Party all night. कर लो पार्टी, आज इतवार है, 4 बज गए पार्टी के. पार्टी में तो भूतों के साथ भी पार्टी. भूत लाइक भाई मैं तो मर चुका हूँ, नहीं इकट्ठे पार्टी करते हैं यार. A little more about myself. I am from middle class background. How many middle class people over here? How many middle class? Yeah? You guys? Tanmay, you're also middle class, but you two are senior most. सर आप लोग सीनियर लोग ही अगर मिडिल क्लास बोलेंगे हम तो बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन हो जाएंगे. See, that's the thing with middle class. Everybody likes to believe that they're middle class. Everybody. घर में 2 ऑडियो होंगे, नहीं हम अपर मिडिल क्लास है. Which makes people like me feel मैं गरीब था, मुझे मालूम नहीं था क्या बे. Because if you're middle class, no, there have to be certain things that are applicable to your life. For instance, अगर आपके घर में बाथरूम में there's a geyser, पर वो चलता नहीं है. And every time you have to heat water, पानी गर्म करते हो एक बंगला का हीटिंग रॉड निकालते हो, जिससे 4 बाल्टियों में 6 और 3 बच्चे इलेक्ट्रोक्यूट हो चुके हैं. Then you are middle class. Like मिडिल क्लास घर की कुछ निशानी होती है. फॉर इंस्टेंस हर मिडिल क्लास घर में एक कमरा होगा जिसका फैन सिर्फ 5 पे चलेगा, बाकी किसी और पे चलेगा ही नहीं. तो इन दैट रूम आपके ऑप्शन से दो, या तो पसीनों में मरो या तो हरिकेन कटरीना. Because what happens in middle class houses is when things stop working, we don't repair it. We change our lifestyle around it. Like one fine day, बाथरूम का फ्लश खराब हो जाएगा, पता नहीं क्यों, God knows why, मन क्या हो गया, and you don't repair it. You basically make it a part of your life. Now, from now on, every time I sit over here, मैं साइड में पार्टी भरने लग जाऊंगा. Even when guests are at your place, you make it a part of their life as well. कि नहीं अंदर वाले बाथरूम में चले जाना. Very unique middle class life is. Like middle class, middle class को सर्विस चाहिए, अच्छी सर्विस चाहिए. We want good service, but कुछ ज्यादा ही अच्छी सर्विस नहीं चाहिए. उससे हमें थोड़ी घबराहट होने लग जाती है. You become a little nervous. For instance, if you're at a movie hall, not right now, before the pandemic, of course, you're at a movie hall, and somebody comes up to us and says, "Popcorn loge kya, sir?" We'll be like, "La, popcorn lo." Ab achanak se, instead of that guy, some person comes in a suit, pura suit pehen ke, "So, would you like to have some popcorn?" Go में, आप घबरा जाओगे कि भाई इसका तो लगान करना पड़ेगा. मुझे नहीं चाहिए पॉपकॉर्न, मैं बाहर जाके चने खा लूंगा. हमें पार्किंग चाहिए. Want parking, safe parking, secure parking, valet parking ना. अरे गाड़ी खुद थर्ड हैंड है. अरे valet parking. अभी 5 महीने पहले तो पता चला था कि valet नहीं होता. We had been calling it valet only. So that's the thing with middle class. जिस भी चीज की प्रोनाउंसिएशन में फाइट हो ना, वो हमें चाहिए. हमें लेने हमें चाहिए नहीं. Croissant, अरे यार तू पागल है यार. चाय में डुबो की तो पीनी है. And rich people are also screwing with us. They intentionally name 5-star hotels in a way that middle class लोग confidently बोल ही नहीं पाते. Like I have not met a single middle class person जो confidently हयात होता है, हयात होता है, हयात होता है. बेचारे हम खांसने का सहारा ले रहे होते हैं कि मैं ग्रैड सिक्योरिटी में जा रहा हूँ. And even if it's a simple name, just to intimidate us, वो आगे द लगा देते हैं. For instance, ललित सुन के लगता है पनवाड़ी की दुकान होगी. Somebody comes up to you and tells you, भाई मैं ललित जा रहा हूँ, 4 छुट्टी कर लिया होगे. द ललित, ओ भाई साहब ये तो बहुत ज्यादा महंगा लग रहा है यार. Everything is different for middle class. Even the concept of massage. Like rich people don't even go for massage. Rich people go for middle class को समझ ही नहीं आता था पहले स्पा होता क्या. For the first 3 years, every time we are in a mall or spa parlor के साइड से जाते थे, we were thinking यार अंदर भाप ही भाप उठती होगी, सब भाप में बैठे हैं शायद. Because middle class fund of massage is that Sunday को 11 बजे एक काला मोटा सा आदमी आएगा और तुम्हारे पापा उसको देख के कपड़े उतारने लगेंगे. फिर 1 घंटे के लिए तुम्हारे पापा और वो आदमी एक कमरे में है और पापा कुछ ज्यादा ही रिलैक्स होकर निकल रहे हैं. और तुम सोच रहे हो मम्मी बहुत कूल है ना, मम्मी को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. Very middle class, yeah. And middle class parents have some typical totkas. Like every, like typical. I have a typical middle class mom मिडिल क्लास मॉम्स के दो ही सपने होते हैं, बेटे को खाना खिला दो, बेटे की शादी करा दो, एंड बेस्ट केस सिचुएशन शादी के बीच में बेटे को खाना खिला दो, कवर्ड हो गया. Like every day in the morning, me and my mother, we have the same conversation. I'm going out for work. My mom said, "बेटा पराठे बना दिए, अचार के साथ खा के गई." I'm like, "Ma, I don't want to have anything. घर पे काम में होता, आप स्ट्रेस मत हो." My mom's like, "Okay, बेटा, okay." ब्रेड ऑमलेट बना तो बेटा झट से दी. I'm like, "Ma, relax. I don't want to have anything. घर पे काम में होता, आप स्ट्रेस मत हो." My mom's like, "Okay, बेटा, okay." आलू पूरी लेगा क्या बेटा कोल्ड कॉफी के साथ? I'm like, "माँ, मुझे कुछ नहीं खाना." And then my mother gives me that one line. पर बेटा वहां जाके भूख लगी तो ये इंडियन माओ को लगता है कि हम जाते कहाँ हैं? मैं कोई सहारा डिजर्ट थोड़े जाने का, खाना नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, सब घूरते रहते, खाना पीना आएगा बस कभी कभी. अरे इफ आई फील हंग्री वहां पे जाके तो वहां कुछ खा लूंगा यार. And the worst line is if you ever go back home at evening or night and tell your mother this one line. माँ, मैं ऑलरेडी खाना खा के आया हूं. माँ दिल पे ले लेती है यार. You just become emotional about that kind of stuff. Like if I go back home and tell my mom that माँ मैं ऑलरेडी खाना खा के आया हूं, and side से my dad also comes and he's like, अच्छा मेरी एक और बीवी और उससे 3 बच्चे हैं. My mom will like, आप जानो तो खाना कैसे खा के आ गया? And what are you saying? एक और बीवी 3 बच्चे? उन बच्चों ने खाना तो खा लिया ना? My mother has a favorite conversation topic. It's called घुटने का दर्द, knee pain. Any Indian mother can speak half an hour about घुटने के problem. Full extempore style एकदम घुटने का दर्द ऐसा होता है, घुटने का दर्द वैसा होता है. 2 इंडियन माँ मिल जाती ना, वो घुटने के दर्द के सोल्यूशन डिस्कस करने लग जाते हैं कि तुम्हारे घुटने का दर्द क्या कर रहे हो. मैं तो तेल लेती हूँ सुबह गर्म करके, रात को ठंडा करके लगा लेती हूँ. आप क्या कर रहे हो अपने घुटने के दर्द के लिए? मैं तो रामदेव और योगा गर्दन के पीछे घुटना कर देते हैं. 3 इंडियन माँ मिल जाती है, स्टार्ट गेटिंग कंपेटिटिव कि किसका घुटने का दर्द ज्यादा पुराना है. आपका घुटने का दर्द कब से? मेरा तो 10 हफ्तों से, मेरा तो 10 साल से. मैं तो पैदा हुई थी फीटस थी तभी से घुटने पकड़ के बैठी थी. पैशनेट होते हो घुटने का दर्द. I have a typical middle class father. Like every time I'm switching the AC on in my room, my dad would like, बेटा दरवाजे के नीचे चादर लगा ले, ठंडी हवा निकल जाएगी. Like every time I'm taking my car out of the parking area, the moment I switch on my car, my dad जल्दी से आके he stands behind the car. आजा. I'm like, Dad 3 दे दूं मेरे से, मैं संभाल लूंगा. नहीं ना हूं ना, आजा. एंड मिडिल क्लास फादर लोग का गाड़ी खरीद लेते हैं, बट गाड़ी होते हैं उनके लिए ऑर्नामेंटल पर्पस के लिए. बिकॉज देयर फंडा है कि 1 से 2 किलोमीटर तक जाना है तब तो पैदल ही चलेगा, और 6-7 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा जाना है तो उबर कर ले, मेट्रो ले ले, लोकल ट्रेन ले ले, बस कर ले, रिक्शा मैक्सिमम. तो गाड़ी है बस 2 से 5 के रेंज के लिए. उसमें भी जहां फाइनली जाना उससे 1 किलोमीटर पहले उनका पैल्पिटेशन शुरू हो जाता है. बेटा यही लगा ले, वहां पार्किंग नहीं मिलेगी, यही लगा ले, वहां पार्किंग नहीं मिलेगी. सो द कार इज ऑलवेज पार्क्ड 1 किलोमीटर बिफोर डेस्टिनेशन. और फिर शुरू होता है एक छोटा सा डैंडी मार्च, जिसमें माँ अपने घुट्टे का दर्द ले लेके चल रही होती है. बेटे सोच रहे थे यार दोस्तों के साथ ही चले जाना चाहिए था, पापा ने बागबान नहीं दिखाई होती ना. Indian father's life can be summed up by 2 words: collateral damage. You guys all know what collateral damage, right? Everybody knows, yeah. कि every में बात लगी, every में. Like US is having a war with Iraq, गलती से अफगानिस्तान तो 2 बम मिले, होता रहता. And father's life is all about that. Like some days back, I'm telling my mom, मैंने यहाँ पे मैट्रेस लगा के सो जाऊंगा. My mom said, नहीं बेटा, तो बिस्तर पे सो जा, पापा मैट्रेस पे सो जाएंगे. पापा इज लाइक, हाँ सो जाऊंगा, इट्स गुड फॉर द बैक के लिए अच्छा होता है. Some days back I'm telling my parents, Mom, Dad, I'm ordering pizza, should I order for you guys? Dad's like, pizza? Mom से इंटरेस्ट नहीं बेटा, पापा दाल रोटी ही खा लेंगे. Dad's like, हाँ दाल ले लूंगा, there's protein in dal. Some days back, right before sleeping, I hear my mom and dad have a conversation. My mom asked my dad, अच्छा, बाहर का लाइट ऑफ कर दिया है क्या? My dad's like, हाँ कर दिया है. My mom again asked my dad, पक्का बाहर का light off कर दिया है. My dad's like, हाँ कर दिया है. My mom again asked my dad, पक्का बाहर का light off कर दिया है. My dad's like, आंसू डाउनी पॉइंट्स को करो, हाँ कर दिया. आज लक्ष्य पूजा थी, आज light off नहीं करनी थी. It's hilarious when somebody says that father is the head of the family. Because we're like, Ajit, हाँ. The father is like the king of the chessboard. बाकी सब ने बना दिया, भाई तो किंग है, भाई तो किंग है. वहां जाके पता चला वन मूव एट अ टाइम. पूरा टाइम घबराए, अरे कोई ले तो नहीं रहा, कोई ले तो नहीं रहा. While mother is like the king, she's going queen. She's like my parents have just such desi totkas. They have this. All Indian parents have this desi totkas. Like my parents have this totka. Every time we are all going to the house, my parents will be like, बेटा घर के एक कमरे का लाइट ऑन छोड़ दे, इससे घर में चोर नहीं आते. And apparently every single house has been doing this for the last 50 years. चोरों ने अब तक फिगर आउट नहीं कर लिया होगा. चोर एक गधा थोड़ी है. For all you know, शायद सारे चोर नीचे मोहल्ले में चिल कर रहे होते हैं, उस घर में चलते एक लाइट ऑन है, पक्का खाली होगा. My parents wanted me to pursue an MBA, so that's why I did an MBA. Any of you guys are MBAs? Yeah. Nice to have some people who are paid to delegate. It's nice. See, in your MBA, they teach you a lot of things. Like one of the things they taught me, they teach in every MBA, that sales and marketing are two different things. We keep saying it all the time. Sales marketing alag, sales marketing different. And after MBA, you go join a real job, and everybody's like sales marketing same. Sales को अगर English में करो तो उसे marketing कहते हैं. What the whole thing is. In your MBA, you also have to do internship, or as the real world knows it, cheap labor. Incidentally, I had to do my internship at an MNC that has opened its India unit because India was cheap labor. So basically, I was cheap labor. But after my MBA, I joined a consulting firm. I'm not going to give out his name and all because confidentiality issues. Deloitte. And in the first 1 month itself, they sent me an on-site opportunity to Thailand, Bangkok. And Bangkok का नाम ना सब ऐसे घबरा के बोलते हैं, तो इमेज ही ऐसा खराब हो गया. Like my dad, when I told him that Papa काम से Bangkok जा रहा हूँ, my dad looked at me and said, बेटा जाना है तो चले जा, काम का झूठा बहाना तो मत दे. And when I was back, my dad again looked at me and said, बेटा अब तो शादी कर ले, अब तो net practice भी होगी. Your friends तो just lose it. Your friends lose it if you're going to Bangkok. उनके अंदर का शक्ति कपूर बाहर आ जाता है. They just start repeating in a sleazy tone. It's just so violating. But I worked for a couple of years and I figured this out. That any organization is like a traditional Indian household where employee is the babu. Because employee का तो देखो कट ही रहा होता है. Different roles are played by different people. For instance, the unit head or the India head and the CEO is not like घर का ससुर. कभी दिखता है, पता नहीं करता क्या है, कुछ आके बोल के चला जाता है, बाकी प्रजा जस्टिफाई करती रहती है, हाँ सही बोल रहे थे. यहाँ प्रजा में आग लग रही है, वो अपना गोल्फ ही खेले जा रहे हैं. I love you guys are so nervous around these jokes. अप्रेजल बाकी है क्या अभी? HR is not like घर की सास. खुद कुछ करना नहीं है, दूसरों को बैठ के जज करना है पूरा टाइम. तुम चाहे कुछ भी कर लो, तुम नहीं ये और बेटर कर सकती थी. एंड जैसे साफ का होता है ना, वो खुद ही को खुश करती रहती है कि पता मैं बहू उसके लिए इतना करती हूँ, मैं बहू के लिए ना चांदी के गहने ले. एक बार बहू से पूछ तो लो, उसे चांदी पसंद है कि नहीं. Just like that, HR अपने लिए कुछ करते रहते हैं. For engagement, we organized an offsite and we took them there, and there we got this. अरे उनसे पूछ तो लो, मैं चाहिए कि नहीं वो सब. They would have been happy with money. And most importantly, client. client is like घर का बच्चा, because client कब रोते किसी को मालूम नहीं है. A little more. I am married. I'm married. How many of you guys are married? All Tanmay, you're married. Gohan, you're married. Harsh, Meenakshi, everybody is married. Oh, nice. This is a nice combination of all married people. And who has been most recently married? Who has been the person recently married? Like किसी के घर के वैसे भी पीछे से बच्चे की आवाज तो आ ही रही थी. See, that's what has happened in this lockdown. No, everybody who is recently married, they're either having kids or they're getting separated. It's either of the two. So, anybody who is recently married, I mean, of course, you guys will know. Harsh, how long have you been married, if you don't mind me asking?
In 4 years.
4 years, okay. And Gohan?
10 years.
10 years, okay. You are winning right now, you are leading. Gohan is leading. Harsh. Meenakshi, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been married?
2.5 years.
2.5 years, okay. And Tanmay, let's see if you can beat Meenakshi.
No, I've been married for 6 years.
Oh, you've been married for 6 years. So Meenakshi is the most recently married person. How's it going, Meenakshi?
Brilliant. Oh, well.
I think the husband must be around only right now. So do you guys, if you don't mind me asking, do you guys stay with by yourself or with parents?
No, we live by ourselves.
By yourself, so then it must be going brilliant only. That is the way it is. Now I'm also married. I dated somebody for 9 years and then got married to the same person. You have to specify that because it's not necessary. It could easily be I dated somebody for 9 years and then got married to somebody completely different. Mummy, Papa ki ijjat. You just never know. But being married for some time, I've figured something out. That a happy married life depends on a lot of things. Harsh, you've been married for 4 years, right? 4, yeah. Tanmay 6, and Gohan, how much were you? 10.
10.
Yeah.
Gohan, how old are you? If you don't mind me
I know.
How did you get married?
My girl was the same age, so I had to have an early marriage. So I'm just 34 now.
She was of the same age. But how old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay, 34. I was thinking that
yes.
What did you get married in age of 15 or something? But okay, 32. Okay, fine.
No, that's how they call it, child marriage.
Oh yeah, of course it's child marriage. But it's great. You have survived the lockdown, you will survive anything. That much time, But I figured this out, Gohan. Harsh. A happy married life depends on a lot of things. A happy married life depends on the level of compatibility and compassion and adjustment between the two people, your wife and your mother. You are not even important, right? Remember, you're not. It's like a cricket match between India and Pakistan, and you are not even umpire. You are the leather ball. But spit it out through. कितना मजा आ रहा है. And every man these days, feels, "Arey, saasbu wali cheezein, this is also old-fashioned. Why will this kind of stuff happen to me?" Like when my brother was getting married, I was also telling my brother, "See, bhaiya, don't interfere between the relationship between mama and bhabi. Let the sapling of the relationship grow. Nurture it." Then I got married and my brother also came up to me. "Oh, bhai, कैसा चल रहा है तेरा पेड़? पानी दे रहा है ना रोज?" And the first time my mother tussle hits you, the first time is on your first birthday after you married, first birthday. Because उस दिन बाकी सब ऐसे होता है. Now first of all, I'm a Bengali guy. Meenakshi, Tanmay, you guys. Like we Bengalis, we don't really celebrate birthdays and all. हमारा ज़्यादा birthday का होता है. My first memory of birthday is like me going to my mom and going like, "Ma, our birthday, so you gotta go." Go to Baba. So yeah, not much into birthdays. Plus, I'm an 80s born guy. See, 80s born people are the strange generation of people whose fathers had different real and official birthdays. And we had no idea what it meant. कि पापा ने ऑफिस में क्यों झूठ बोला यार? The generation before that was even more weird. नाना जी का बर्थडे कब था? सावन का महीना था, बारिश हुई थी उस दिन. So first birthday after you married, first birthday. उस दिन बाकी सब वैसे ही होता हमेशा की तरह. Everything is as always. You know. एक मंगला सा केक आ जाता है ना, हमेशा की तरह. Everybody surrounds it and starts singing happy birthday to you. हमेशा की तरह. You cut the cake. तुम केक काटते हो हमेशा की तरह. You pick up the cake. And best चीज पता है क्या है? Indian family में nobody actually says what they're thinking. Mother is like नहीं, first bite तो now belongs, you know, the wife deserves it. First bite to be. Wife is like नहीं, पहला bite तो हमेशा मम्मी का ही हक रहेगा. First bite to mama. And you are there thinking, no, come. And at this point, तुम एक गरीब से इंसान को देखते हो. Poor looking fellow. दुनिया उस इंसान को तुम्हारे पापा भी बुलाती है. तो माँ देखता था पापा के मुंह में केक. पापा इज लाइक बेटा व्हाट्सएप में ग्रुप है कोलैटरल डैमेज करके. आई विल जस्ट ऐड टू इट. Thank you very much. Thank you audience. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I hope you guys had a good time. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Abhijit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. And before we bid adieu from NASTech 2020, on behalf of everyone, I hope you had an amazing 2 days of the first edition of NASTech 2020. Enjoyed all the sessions across technology, and hope we could end this thing with a few laughs for all of you to go back and enjoy your weekend. But before we say goodbye, I'll probably like to thank all our partners: NTT Data, Society Generale, Yellow Messenger, Gap Inc., Swiss Re, SAP, CGI, MERS, and ITC Infotech for supporting us with NASTech 2020. I would also like to thank all our ecosystem partners, that is GTech Group of Companies, NASSCOM COE, IoT and AI, ITAP, and My Startup TV for supporting us again. Thank you to all the organizations who have showcased their solutions over these 2 days. I hope you had lots of fun, lots of learning, and a lot many people visited you over these 2 days. Last but not the least, this virtual conference wouldn't have been possible without the massive support and participation that we got over these 2 days. So thank you to all the fellow delegates for joining for the first edition of NASTech 2020. See you next year. Take care of yourselves and your loved ones' health and well-being. Good night. See you.